And there we go. We're live, sir. I didn't give you a chance to get all your cussing out of the way. So,
Motherfucker.
hey, whoa. There goes my um monetization or
I
whatever.
think you lost that a long time ago.
I don't think I don't think I've ever monetized these. Honestly, I mean, I don't think I've ever thought to. I mean, like I guess because like when you go live, there really isn't the option to set it up, and I've never gone back. I like a lot. I'm horrible at this. I should be going back in and putting the logo for the Alaboom on it, and I usually remember to do it, but sometimes like I'll forget to do it for like 5 episodes before I'll go back in and put like the thumbnail on it. But when you put the thumbnail on it, that's actually the process that you undergo to like, oh, I want to monetize this, and I'm just like, I've never bothered. I'm assuming it wouldn't fly, because of somebody's inability to keep themselves from being blathery about whatever. That was spooky. I just had a cat paw reach out from behind my computer screen and snag a little tiny rubber scorpion that I have, and then slowly drag it back into the darkness.
I was thinking about that the other day.
What?
My cats make so much noise that if somebody tried to break in here, I'd just probably think it was one of them.
Yeah. Mine, it's like I'm sure it's all cats. They kind of like, they sleep on and off all day long, but as soon as it gets to even something close to night, that's when they start chasing each other around the house. And,
I do 4 a.m. every day.
Yeah.
It's like horses riding around.
You don't sleep through it?
I'm usually up. I don't sleep much.
Yeah.
Lately, if I do, it's been spotted at best 2 hours here, 2 hours there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I normally only get about 5, if that, 4 or 5.
So are you just exhausted all the time then?
No, it's part of working on them trains is my body's gotten trained to
the one that ran you over.
Yeah, that one. My body's gotten trained over a decade to keep going, until exhaustion, basically. I've been up, that one derailment was 37 hours that I was there, and then 2 hours home and all that.
Did you pay a lot of overtime for that then?
Yeah, full day. The 36 hours I was there, 37, whatever it was. I got after the 16, because it was over 2 days, whatever else I worked. It was a time and a half.
Yeah. I have a buddy who I think still does work, maybe, I don't know. But like he worked for Burlington, and he had to work the yard forever.
Not a bad job.
And then he got upgraded to the guy who sits in the thing with the other guy, and then basically take the train all the way to Washington State, and then take a train all the way back.
Oh,
yeah, just like
the engineer or whatever.
Yeah, just which whatever. He seems to like it. So can I don't really have this is just a minor gripe that I had today. So and as always, this is a longer story to get to a point where my minor gripe stems from. But when I was younger and delivering pizzas, the best car I ever had delivering pizzas was my old Corsica. I love that car. And I remember like the Corsica was weird because it had this little middle console thing that controlled all of the windows. And so like to put the 4 windows up and down was this middle console, not the thing that's over here on your driver's side or whatever. And I remember, I don't know how it happened, the use of it or whatever, like the driver's side window little peg thing snapped one day on me. And like if I got my pinky finger in there, I could get it to go up and down or something like that and do something like that. But but it was so one day, because I was just, I'm gonna just see if I can fix this thing. I remember I dug into it, pulled the whole thing out, and like basically I made my own little, instead of going and buying a part or something, back then, to find a part or get a part for something, it was
an adventure.
well, yeah, I mean, like you had to go to a dealer who was going to charge you
Yeah.
$8 gajillion for it or something. So I remember I was sitting there, and I remember uh I eventually just made my own thing. I made it out of like a popsicle stick and something that I don't even know where, I mean, anymore, everything. But I made it, right, and it worked. And so today I was driving my pickup, uh, this old Dodge Dakota that I have, and I was just, all of a sudden I was sitting there, and um, the damn thing, like all of a sudden, like I was trying to put the window up because it was going to rain and it wouldn't go up, and I was sitting there and I was messing the thing, and I finally got it to go up, which is good because then it rained. And then today when I took it out, it was hot outside, and I want to roll down the window for a while and get the hot air and the thing taken care of. And so I did, I was like, okay, we're gonna do this, and then like it wouldn't go down. And I was like, come on, and I was sitting there and I was messing with it and messing with it and messing with it. And I couldn't get it to go down at all. So today I went, and you'd be proud of me. I didn't just like think, screw it, I'll take it someplace to get it fixed. I like took the whole thing apart, took my door apart, tried, and I got the thing. I got the little like
the thing,
the like the plastic casing for all like the with the little circuit board thing, and like the wires that go on. So I got that out of there, and I pried the whole thing apart, and like basically like it got down to, there was one last little part, and I couldn't get it open. I couldn't figure out how to get like the little tabs or whatever to open it up and crack it open so I could see. And that was of course the thing that would let me see the switch, the actual like physical plastic part of the switch that isn't engaging anymore. And I messed with it for like 45 minutes and getting more and more angry as I'm sitting there fighting with it. And of course, like my daughter's like, hey, what are you doing? You just leave me alone. Which was wrong, and she's just, I even said, I was like, I'm just trying to fix something. This is nothing. Just right now is not a good time to be bugging me as I'm fighting with this damn thing, right? And I'm just like, so I was sitting there, and I get like, after messing with it for, you haven't noticed how long, I was just like, screw it. And so then I put it all back together, and I put it back in the pickup. And the thing is, it's only the driver's side one. All the other three windows work just fine. I tested it.
Yeah.
Like all three of the windows work just fine. So I was just like, well, screw this. So I just went online. Well, I don't know what it is, but I went online and I found some like the switch doctor, like the number one like salesman of like basically those things in the nation. $20 shipping paid, fine. $20. I already took the damn thing apart once. I'm pretty sure I can put the damn thing back together again. If I I'm just hoping it's like the full part and I can plug it in and it'll be fine. But man, that's annoying. I was all proud of myself too. I got the thing open. I was sure I was gonna like, I'm gonna find this little piece in there. I'm gonna take care of it. I'm gonna be proud of myself. No,
it's the first thing I learned. Never expect it to be easy.
No, and it was even like it's a 2005, so it's like it wasn't. It isn't like now where everything's like ergonomic and you can't open it. They don't make it purposely so you can't mess with it, right?
Even mine, the fan went on mine. Like when I turned the air conditioner on, the module wasn't shooting all the time, so it caused the car to overheat, the edge. So in order to get to this module, you had to take the whole fan out anyway. So I just replaced the whole thing, right?
Yeah.
Figured it'd be easy. It's five bolts. No, I couldn't get my hands in there to get the bolt. And even if I couldn't get a ratchet on it. It was all sorts of fun. Yeah.
Just fighting with the whole damn thing, huh?
Yeah, it basically caused it my arms. One of the bolts was so far down, it would hit my forearm, and I couldn't get down any further. And coming up from the bottom was just as bad. I had to take half the shroud, half the bottom apart to get the shroud off and all that. It's like you said, they make it so they don't want you to work on it. But yeah. I could imagine what the technicians are going through with the shop with this shit, though. Even if they got specialized tools and all, it's still tight. Yeah.
Yeah, cars, man. I think I told you that was like I had that one like when I had to I forgot I wanted to replace the battery from my wife's car. I had to I had to remove I had to remove parts from the top of the car in order to get to the battery. I was just like,
yeah.
If this is like an emergency situation and you needed to get at this crap, it's like, oh, hold on, let me get my socket wrench out and remove half of the car so I can, get at the battery and
take the intake filter and everything else.
Yeah, just garbage. But whatever.
Oh, they're designing more for looks now than anything. Comfort features more than performance, basically.
Yeah.
But the trains were the same way. They were a pain in the ass to work on too. They were built upside down and inside out, though. It's from what I understand,
on purpose.
Most trains are. Yeah, it's just because they're so big. They build them on these giant tables and flip them around and work on it from, like I said, upside down and inside out.
Gotcha. So you played some Arkham Horror 3rd Edition and didn't like it much recently?
I played 2 games just to make sure that I remembered I didn't like it from the half a game I played a while ago, and I still don't like it. Then I played Arkham 2nd Edition just to make sure. Yeah, I still don't like it.
You don't like Arkham 2nd either?
No, I like Arkham 2nd. I played it again just to see the differences because it's been a while since I played either one. And yeah, I don't like Arkham Pandemic as I tend to think of it. I see what they were going for. I just don't think it was executed well. It's a little too convoluted. Like I said, that whole pandemic thing with the Doom tokens and all that.
Yeah, I don't know. And it's Arkham Horror. I mean, I'm obviously always going to be predisposed, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Towards the one. So, but and that's just that's unfortunately the way it's going to be. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's just and I'm not trying to be like what's I'm looking for here. I'm not trying to be an old fuddy-duddy or anything like that. I know what I like, and that's what I like.
Well, I played it the 3rd edition. I played it the second time because the first time annoyed the hell out of me with that fine print on which deck belongs to which scenario and all that. I was aggravated with that to begin with.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I thought that might have tainted my thought on it. Yeah. But yeah, I think I'm gonna get rid of it. That's actually what I'm doing. I'm going through the collection one by one, seeing what I'm keeping, what I'm gonna get rid of.
One by one. How big is your collection? It's gonna take forever.
Nah, I got it down to 200-ish. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's 4 of them cheap Walmart, the 6-foot bookcases, 6 by whatever they are, 3.5, 4, 3.5, I guess. 4 of them. They're totally full.
So what makes up your mind whether or not you keep something?
Whether I enjoy the game. It's whether I enjoy it, whether I think I'll get it to the table, which is a big one. All them, a big one like Battlestar Galactica. I'm up in the air on that, on whether to keep it or not. Game of Thrones, get because of the player count and the complexity of them. You know, I'm playing with a lot of newer players. You know, stuff like that. Whether I think Jen will get it to the table or not, or want it to get to the table or not.
Yeah.
There's some here I know I'll never play with people again, like Urban Sprawl. Although I like it, I doubt I'll ever play with anybody. You know,
like you, me, and Joel Eddy, I think are the only human beings that like Urban Sprawl.
Yeah, and that other one, which I never got, the one about the dinosaurs. Oh, I can't think of the name of it now.
Are you by any chance representing Dominant Species?
Dominant Species, yes. I couldn't think of the name of it. That
one of my few true 10s in the board game world, and you don't know the name.
I couldn't remember because I was going to buy it, and then I stopped myself. I was like, it'll never get to the table. It's for the same reason, as Urban Sprawl.
It is an excellent game. So here I got a weird maybe somebody in the peanut gallery, or maybe you can answer this. I have a weird technical mumbo jumbo questions for people. So actually, let me, before I talk about my technical mumbo jumbo question, Cookie Kid says she'd like to try Urban Sprawl. And so here's why I think that why I think that why Urban Sprawl kind of went over like a wet fart is that I think people were expecting Dominant Species, like, oh, it's gonna be like Dominant Species, but building a city.
Planning,
yeah. But the thing is that I think the disconnect that people ended up not enjoying was, at its heart, it's very abstract, because you like when it's your turn to place a building, and you have to have the certain commissions in order to be able to build the building and place it in the spot, and then gain area control and things like that. You get to build a building, and it's like, oh, I'm going to build this hotel plaza or whatever in this location, in this spot. And so you build it in the spot, and then you earn the points, and you place your cube on there, and you've claimed an area of the city, and then it'll slowly, as far as your area majorities and things like that later on will be voted on and things like that. But for the rest of the game, it's no longer a hotel. It's like it isn't like you're playing Sim City and you get to watch the thing grow, and oh, that's where I built my theater, and that's where I built my my apartment complex and things like that. And so I think people didn't like that. Plus, because the game changes so much, if you're playing a 4-player game, after your turn is done and while you wait to get back, and it can take a long time for it to be your turn again because the game can progress slowly. It does, it helps AP prone people to become more AP. But the game board and the parameter that you have has changed so starkly between your last turn that if you put a plan together saying, I'm really going to build this thing and I'm going to do this thing, when it gets to be your turn, it's like you're all of a sudden just like, oh, I can't do that thing that I wanted to do because of reasons, right? There's my spot was taken, or it's not worth as many points right now, or I don't have enough money to do it, or any of those things. And so people didn't like that. And I don't think people liked the fact that it was just it felt very swingy, the game was. And it was a very swingy game. It was about chaos and trying to control the chaos as much as possible. And I enjoyed that. I enjoyed it a great deal. A lot of people didn't. A lot of people didn't like that at all. And that's fine. So whatever. I never played his the second one of that was the lighter Urban Sprawl-ish game, like Dice City, or I forget what it's called. I'm sure someone will mention it. I remember buying it, and then I remember wanting to play it, and then I remember selling it to somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I ran into a really weird technical problem today, and I haven't been able to fix it, and I don't know why. My Gmail account for my Undead Viking Videos Gmail account, which I've had forever, my social inbox keeps like populating with more and more things. My like promotional inbox keeps populating with more and more things. My primary inbox on my computer doesn't populate with my most recent emails, but like they come through on my phone. So I'm getting the emails. It's just my Gmail web browser client just isn't recognizing them for some reason. I don't know. It's
on
annoying.
The phone or on the computer?
On the computer. On the computer it doesn't. Like I can see like I got emails from, and I'm sure it'll just fix itself eventually. Those things just tend to.
That's always a good thing.
But I mean, no. I mean, seriously, like it's like so Oh, and of course they just got deleted again. I had them. It's so weird. It's like they're appearing and disappearing on my Gmail account. This is the damnedest thing.
You got hacked, sir. Yeah, I don't know. Might be something with the Google or Gmail
with the Google.
Yeah, they do have YouTube backs funny on Wednesdays. A lot of those too. Maybe it's just Wednesdays. Maybe they do updates or something on Wednesdays.
Yeah.
That is still all one thing, right? Google, YouTube, Gmail.
And then I was having the same problem with my Gray Fox Games account, but now that one works fine. Like the emails are coming through on that one. Like my most recent email from that is like at 8 o'clock, which is pretty normal for me, right? So it's just I don't know. It's just something weird. I don't know what's going on.
Did you turn the computer on and off?
But it has nothing to do with that. It has to do with
you never know. It fixes everything.
I mean, it's like I feel like I should email myself and see if it'll like spring things free for me or something.
Do they both use the same browser?
Yeah.
Maybe it's
Ooh, you think I should try like a Firefox browser or something?
Yeah, try another browser.
Yeah. Go devil may care with it or something. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't miss dealing with the computers.
Yeah, maybe I'll try a Firefox here. I think I still have Mozilla on here. I don't know if I do or not. No. Do I have Edge or whatever it is? There you go, Firefox. Let's see here. I'll pull up Firefox. Let's see what this does for me. Besides trying to tell me that I need to make it my default browser.
I should try Bing next.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to refresh Firefox. Go ahead. Let's refresh Firefox. I haven't used it in a while. It's telling me I need to refresh it. All right, there we go.
Yeah, I gotta agree. I'm waiting for a part for my laptop. That's why I haven't got the Gateway Gamer up again yet.
Oh yeah.
My main laptop's still down. It's the one that I use for editing and all that. I'm waiting on it part.
What's wrong? What's wrong with it?
It's the Wi-Fi card, which is connected to a bunch of other shit, isn't being recognized by Windows anymore. It's out of date, and to get the compatible one, I just gotta wait for it. And then I'm probably gonna have to send it out somewhere to get it done because I don't think I trust my hands in that type of space yet.
Yeah, didn't work. New browser didn't work.
I'm sure. Yeah, it'll work its way out.
It'll figure itself out, maybe. I don't know. Who'd you even call for like a tech support question with Google?
Oh, you ain't getting a human. It may sound like a human, but you ain't talking to nobody. I'm sure there's a website or a link somewhere on Google's main site or Gmail's main site.
maybe what happens if let's try this. If I let's just send an email to myself here. Subject, test email. Test. Send. Let's see what happens. Well, it says message was sent. Let's see if I get it. And according to this, it was sent at 9:33 p.m. I still haven't gotten it though. Well, that's damn weird. I got my test email.
Okay.
But I'm supposed to believe that from 1:23 to 9:33 p.m. I didn't get any emails. That's garbage.
Like I said, it might be something on their server or something.
There's something on the server. That's what I think.
Give it a day, see if it's still doing it.
For those of you people that are listening,
TV.
Yeah, anybody who's listening, shoot me an email, undeadvikingvideos@gmail.com. We'll test it out. We'll see what kind of response I get.
I have a grievance.
Lay it on me, brother.
I had to renew my medical marijuana license, and it's the state charges $50 for a form, and then they approve it or disapprove it on a doctor's referral. The doctor I have to go to charges $200 for his time. Right. Usually I go there in person, but because of the pandemic and all that, we did it that telenet thing. So I'm talking to him. First, he was a half hour late.
Because he was high.
No, he wasn't. I don't think they could do that technically. I don't know. That's federal, whatever. But then I had to fill out all this paperwork, and I'm like, why am I paying you $200?
Yeah.
And he's like, well, it's the time. I'm like, I don't want to hear that. You had a year and a half to figure this shit out. Because
that's the going rate to get your weed, boy.
Well, actually, I do want to look into that this year. At the time, because it was so new in the state, only this handful of doctors would deal with it. I guess liability issues at the time. Because again, it was so new. And the prices actually dropped dramatically since the beginning when I started till now on the whole thing. So now I think like regular primary doctors are starting to open up to sign off on this stuff here. I actually think it'll be legal here soon. Legal, completely legal.
Oh, really?
Very soon, yeah.
I do have. A couple people sent me test emails. You guys rock. Thanks, guys. I appreciate that. No. So I most definitely have a grievance actually, and I'm not gonna do too much of a deep dive into this just because it's a touchy subject and it is political, and I realize that a lot of this is going to be like preaching to the choir. There's going to be, I don't think there's going to be a lot of people that are listening to this either later or live. They're going to disagree with what I'm going to say here. But I am very annoyed that to preamble, as I am wont to do, several years ago, my wife suggested, she said to me, you should run for the school board. And
I remember you saying that, yeah.
Yeah, and I looked into it briefly, and it wasn't a lot of time that was asked out of school board members. And then the compensation was minimal. It was like $900 or something like that. And then the more I looked into it, the more I realized it would be a lot of time. It would be a lot of time. One, if I want it, cool, but but it would be a lot of time and a lot of and I would have to have like a lot of desire to do it, I guess. And for what I gathered, the people that wanted to do it had a lot of desire, and I didn't really feel it's still back in my head thinking about it kind of thing. And recently the Moorhead School Board had to make a vote as to whether or not to mandate mask usage for all children, from pre-kindergarten to 12, senior in high school, for students. And that would go for obviously faculty, basically anybody within the school. And just due to COVID concerns, Delta virus, and all that stuff, right? So, and they announced they would have a public meeting, but prefaced the fact that it would, while the meeting itself would be public and people could attend, it was not an open forum meeting. It was not going to be an aspect where people would have, everybody could line up and give their like 3-minute speech at the podium about how they felt or whatever. And they held the meeting. They specifically stated once again that was the case, that this would not be an open forum type situation, but and that if there was anybody that was disruptive in any way, they would be asked to leave. And when it came time to vote, like they had a couple of other random things that happened at the very beginning, which were just ridiculous people. But when it came time to vote, the school board said, it's like, it is now time to vote, and they said, the measure for mandatory mask mandate has been made. Do we have a second? It's been seconded, and the 7-member student council, the school board, of which one person just wasn't present for, which made me laugh.
Smart one.
Probably right. They voted. They as they began to vote, that it's like people in the crowd, you can't see them, start yelling, "No, vote no, vote no!" Just screaming. And they said, and John's Navin R25, I am sorry for you. You live in North Dakota. Flee to Moorhead. That's all I have to say. just flee to Minnesota. No, and they voted 5-1 for mandatory mask usage. And people lost their minds, started screaming and yelling in the crowd. And it was ridiculous to hear like the comments from people. It's like, they asked us to attend this meeting, but why? They had already made up their minds. It's like, yeah, you're right. They had already made up their minds. They allowed you to attend the meeting because of public interest, not because you were going to be there to sway their votes in some way, not because they were going to, like, nobody was going to change anybody's mind. They had already decided what they were going to vote for. And they, and then they had to call recess because people were getting super rowdy. And some people had to be like escorted from the property. And when they came back, they said, we have decided that we will, it's like, basically we will take 25 minutes, and we will allow 5 people to speak their mind to the school board. And like, if you wish to speak, here's a piece of paper. Basically, you have to sign your name on it. And then once you've signed your name, then we will randomly pick, if we get 5 people, all those 5 people speak. If there's more than 5 people, we will randomly draw the people that get to talk. This is not normally what they're going to do. And you can find this if you want to. You can go, if you go to like K Valley News Live or something like that in Fargo, Moorhead, you can watch or you can Google Moorhead School Board and on YouTube, and you can find the video. And the 5 people that were picked randomly, they were picked either randomly by people in the crowd. They were picked by people that are on the school board. It wasn't like they were like, hey, we're going to cherry pick. All 5 people just got up there and told the school board, thank you for protecting our children and for protecting us. It's like for making a hard decision, and like one guy was vehemently angry at, like, he's like, shame on you. And for those of you who came here who don't even have children in school, but just come here with whatever like idiotic notion you have, just like shame on you. It's just like, and I was just like, so on one side I was like, thank God I have a school board that has like a presence of mind to say, look, it's like, look at the states that have opened up their classrooms to no mandatory mask usage, and look at where they are right now. Like, thousands of kids have been hospitalized already, or I mean, sorry, diagnosed. Some hospitalized. I shouldn't mislead, but thousands of people have been diagnosed with COVID since they've opened up the schools again. In that one case of the person who knowingly sent their child to school who had a positive COVID test, it was just like, now I will say one thing. One major league swing and a miss by my school board was they had this mask mandate vote, and admittedly they probably didn't know to think of it prior to this, but they had this mandatory mask vote to implement 1 week before school started, and also 3 days after the window to sign up for at-home online schooling closed. So basically it was like, oh, hey, we're going to close online schooling, and 3 days later they're going to say, hey, if you're sending your kid to school, they have to wear a mask. And it's like, so if you are a parent who has a legitimate concern about their child wearing a mask, whatever it can be, I don't know what it is, I tend to think most of those reasons are ludicrous. I could be wrong. If you said to me that you're
infringing my rights, damn it.
I mean, if you said to me her daughter has
if there's a medical issue,
no, well, not even a minute, even like like some sort of like an anxiety issue with wearing one, or just whatever. I mean, okay, fine. Then you should have the option to keep your child at home and go to online school, right? There, best of both worlds. You don't have to worry about your kid getting sick. You don't have to worry about your kid having anxiety about having a mask. So they totally whiffed with that one. And thankfully, after they had the meeting and the vote, the next day they reopened online school for anybody that wanted to sign up. They were like, hey, we made the mistake. Go ahead and sign up. Your kid can stay home and whatever. Now, again, the problem there is that you have the what ifs involved with well, I don't have the ability to leave my kids at home. I have to work, I mean, so I mean, it's not a perfect solution, right? But as with anything, it's
solutions.
Well, yeah, and here's the thing that bugs me the most, and I was talking to my wife about this today too. Is that it's like, oh, everybody's like, we should get to vote on it. I was like, you did. You voted for the school. You voted for the school board.
Yeah.
You voted for the people that you thought would have the most, like that you thought most along your line of thinking. And then the argument there is like, well, how could we know or whatever? Well, fine, but here's the deal: it's like that's what representative government is, and it's just like people think we get to vote on everything, and we just don't. It's just not an option.
Yeah. It's not gonna get done if we voted on every single little thing.
Well, yeah, I mean, and it's just like, and if I mean, you don't like it, I mean,
choose another rep.
Well, and I get it. I mean, I don't. I'll say this is where I'm going to get
this.
I'm going to get myself in a little bit of trouble here. To like, if somebody's really staunchly, like, I should make my choice or whatever, blah blah blah, and this is our, garbage or whatever, I'll say this. I'll say that, if you have somehow convinced yourself that, like, your personal liberty or your child's personal liberty of not wearing a mask is more important than the possibility of your child being infected or your child infecting my child and your child infecting another child and those children going home and infecting those parents or infecting grandparents or doing if you are so, pardon my language, fucking irresponsible and you can't see behind your fucking 6 inches in front of your goddamn face, then I don't want your kid in my school. I don't. And I don't feel sorry for you. I used to try to be like, all right, I can see your point of view. I don't see it anymore with this. I don't, as somebody who got COVID after taking, we took precaution after precaution after precaution and COVID came into our family. My son went to a birthday party at an establishment that has a lot of people there. When I went to go pick him up, he was one kid, like basically one kid out of 20. And this is like one of those like trampoline jump places, right? He was like one kid out of 20 that was wearing a mask while he was there. And I was just like, Jesus Christ, this is, and he's 9. He can't be vaccinated yet because they haven't made it, recommended it yet for anybody his age. And I got him home. Day or two later, I get a call from the parent of the kid's party. Our son has COVID. He's given COVID to our family. You need to go get checked. So all of a sudden I had to race and take Caleb over to get tested for him. And thankfully he came up negative. But the entire family went. We all got a COVID test. We all came up negative. It was great. I mean, fine, super. But I mean, how many people what kid was there that infected that 9-year-old kid? Right? Yeah. Or what parent? And how many other kids? I mean, that place was packed to the nines of these kids jumping up on trampolines, wiping their face, putting their hands on things, just how many kids came out of there infected? I just, and you'll never know, right? But I'm sure it wasn't just the one. Yeah. And it was just, and I just sit there and I think, it's just like, we're planning on going to the Minnesota State Fair here real soon because we've never been, and it happens over my wife's birthday, and we're gonna go, and I'm just like, yeah, we're all gonna wear masks. I mean, it's just like we're gonna be, and this is like, people are talking about about Origins and Gen Con and stuff like that, and people are like, are you gonna go? Are you gonna go? And I'm like, I don't really want to go. Yeah. And it isn't because I think I'm going to get it and get sick. But I mean, it's just one of those things where it's like, I don't know, maybe I will. I know somebody who got vaccinated and they got sick again. And they like, it was even worse for them the first time because they got COVID, got the vaccination, got COVID again. It was even the reaction to COVID was even worse than the first time that they had it without being vaccinated. Yeah. I don't know. I'm happy my kids are going back to school. They need it. They need to be in school learning, and I'm glad they have to wear masks. I'm glad my daughter is vaccinated. And I'm just, it's one of those things where but I am just constantly reminded how short-sighted and fucking stupid people are. And I it just drives me absolutely batshit crazy. And yeah, I don't know. I just
relax. The herd will be thin soon enough. This is a winter disease, it's it'll get worse. The idiots will get knocked out. It'll be fine. I do agree. This should have never got politicized. It should have been right from the beginning. This is what has to happen. It's people are confused and they just want to be enraged about shit, and I understand it, but this is something it's more a common courtesy thing than anything. You know, it shouldn't be about me. You know, it should be about us.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I just, I always think it's like, well, we can't get any dumber. And somebody's like, hey, yeah, hold on, shush, time. Just like, give us a chance.
And I blame a lot of that on our media. I think that was Tucker Carlson and that Rachel Maddow, they should be shot, both of them. It just the fucking hate they spew every night and the instigation of hate they spew every night, and others. They're not just them. And like I said, this is me and my brother on the far end of the spectrum on this. Me and my sister, she's more closely than I am on this than me and my brother. And again, it's politics, but me and my brother, I'm in the middle. My sister's a straight Democrat. My brother's a straight Republican. I've been independent. I lean towards the Democrats in most cases. Yeah. But we sat here for months getting fed this poison day in and day out, and we're so sure our side's right that we can't sit with each other and talk and come to a rational fucking decision about this.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I worry about my kids being back in school. I worry about my kids enough already being back in school. But my daughter's told me enough horror stories of some of the kids, just like, being idiots and like, oh, hey, let's all like, like take a bite of the same food. Ha ha ha. Just like, oh, just please tell me you're staying away from those people. And then I don't know. Whatever. Let's go with later conversation. Let's slow things down a little bit. We talked about your Arkham Horror experience. Did you ever play like Arkham Horror First Edition, like the original? I think it was Chaosium or whatever made it.
That was way out of the print by the time I didn't get into the hobby till when my mother died, 2012 ish.
Yeah, I've considered every once in a while I'll eBay up, like if I can find one, right? I've played it. I played it at a convention, and it's really not it's really nothing to be excited about. I mean, cards on the table. It's really not something to write home about by any means. But I mean, they do look cool. I'll say that. I mean, like it would look cool on my shelf for a game that I probably wouldn't end up playing, But
yeah, well, I wonder. I doubt it was better than the second edition. I watched a video on it once, and it seemed, it was what it was for the day, the time it was made. But I wonder if people who played the first edition felt that way. Well, Lonnie's would probably be on to ask that.
Yeah.
How he feels, playing the first and the third. Well, if he plays the third, I don't know. How he feels between the three implementations. Well, I'm sure there's guys that said the first edition is better than the second, if they're still alive.
Perhaps.
That came out the 80s, 70s?
I think it's an 80s game.
Yeah.
I suppose I could Google it. We can talk about it. It's like I said, it's nothing to write home about by any means. Let's see here. Oh, it's been a while since I've been on Board Game Geek. All these at the Gathering, right? You must be at the Gathering.
Yeah, I think it's still going on until this weekend, right? It's 10 days.
Were we already arguing? Like, didn't we say many times over that none of us had ever been invited to the gathering?
You are. I could care less. I
Well,
don't
no.
think.
I've often said, even if I got invited, there's absolutely no way I could go.
Yeah.
I mean,
10 days is a long time.
and I've heard from the stories is like, oh, if you don't go, like if you get invited and like you don't go, then you never get invited again, or and then just like some other horror story stuff about it too. Yeah, I don't know. What was I going to? Oh, Arkham Horror, Horror, Arkham Horror. Of course, you can't. What a horrible website this is.
BGG, yeah.
Just a bunch of garbage.
See, they hit a nerve in the chat.
You hit a nerve? How'd you hit a nerve?
With the Mad Al Carlson thing. What I meant is they're not news. They're both opinionated. They're op-eds.
1987. Somebody is trying to say here.
87.
I got.
Yeah, I thought it was earlier. Yeah, games have evolved so much since then. Though I mean, even between our second and third, it's what is this? 12 years, something like that. When did a second come out? 90s, late 90s, or 2000s rather.
Yeah, I mean the problem with googling this is that it's like it's or looking this up. It's since there's 8,000 different entries with Arkham Horror listed, because there's the Arkham Horror Living card game, and every single scenario pack for that is its own thing, and then need to just a bunch of garbage is what this is. Oh, hey, Arkham Horror the card game owned. I need to put down that previously on. I haven't pruned my my listing in forever. I always think like, oh, if I can get down to like a 200 games like you, I can go in and I can prune everything, and I can say what I don't own and what have you.
There's a site that tracks all that.
Yeah, I know. Did you ever play that Arkham Horror the Final Hour?
No, I haven't even heard anything about it, like whether it was good or bad.
I heard it was was the best I heard on that one.
So, let me guess, they put it into an hour game.
Well, yeah, the idea was is that they would shorten it down into like a single, like a quick God damn it, Aldi, your website. I just want to find this damn game. Driving me crazy here. Let's go to Arkham Horror, and then we'll go to Arkham Horror, and then we'll go to versions. Maybe it's in versions. Hungarian edition. No, maybe this is like an earlier. No, because this is Arkham Horror second edition, technically, right? Re-implements Arkham Horror. Okay, here we go. Arkham Horror, 1987. Chaosium. And Richard Lanius and Sandy Peterson, Lynn Willis, and Charlie Crank designed it.
Oh, Lanius did the first edition too?
According to this, yeah.
I didn't know that.
If we are to believe the but if you look at it, here, I'll share my screen real quick. So if you look at it, it's like hey, it's Candyland.
Yeah. Yeah, I did watch a video on it.
Yeah, let's go to the circus down here. Look at that. You can go to the circus. Just so yes, it does not exactly look. It doesn't look scary. I'll say this, right?
Again, back in '87, you would think this was scary.
I don't think you would.
You just got over Pong in '87.
Boop, boop, boop.
Nah, actually, Mario Brothers was out by then, wasn't it? Or around then.
Yeah, Pong was in the.
That was
sure Kabuki
80s,
Kid will. I'm sure Kabuki Kid will
70s,
push her glasses up to the top of her nose and say, "No, Pong was came out in 1967. The first one. It was the Magnavox. Something along those lines." But
like I said, with the third edition, I seen what they were trying to do. I did like some parts of it, like the Outworlds, other worlds was specific to the scenario instead of random, here, there, or other. I did like that. The Codex thing, I didn't. It just seemed like it was, a little too much to keep track of. But that's again, the second edition was convoluted like that too. You had to keep control of the god, then the cards of the rumors or whatever may pop up, and then on top of that, the gates and it just like I said, I like that they got back to the claustrophobic feeling of Arkham, Massachusetts, as opposed to Eldritch Horror, but I just don't think it was implemented well for my taste. I'm sure there's somebody out there who loves it. But
do you?
And I feel sorry for somebody who plays this as their first game. I'm sure it's going to happen. I'm sure it's going to happen.
They're going to be all excited. They're like, yeah.
It's the print on them cards pissed me off so bad. I had to get my camera out, take a picture of it to zoom it in because it was so fucking small. The bottom of that deck, the event decks for each encounter,
Yeah.
or scenario. That pissed me off so bad. Why would they do that? Why wouldn't they just throw a symbol on there or something?
I don't know. Because I don't know. It's a good question.
Well, I don't know. I understand Fantasy Flight's been hit or miss on a lot of this lately. I don't know. I haven't been keeping out, close.
Do you think that has a lot to do with? Do you think that has anything to do with, say,
Christian? Yeah.
With what?
Christian? Yeah.
Peterson. Christian Peterson? Well, no, he left, didn't he?
Yeah, I think it has a lot to do with him leaving. But him and his crew. Corey. I always say his name. Kinitskia? Is that
Kinitskia? Yeah.
I always say he was part of it. I think, I don't know.
What you think he does, though? I mean, you really think it has anything to do with that?
Yeah, I think that the vision of the company changed, or maybe the passion of it changed. It's Fantasy Flight's always throw shit to see if it would stick, and they've always had trouble with IPs for some reason. But at least when you got it, you knew you had a decent game. It would be a little more complex in certain areas, but it would be a decent game.
Yeah.
I just think when that core group left, I think they're trying to change the identity of the company, and it's just not holding with their older fans. What do you think?
Well, so, I mean, I remember when Fantasy Flight was like, I remember like realizing when they were like this little tiny business based out of Minnesota. I thought that was cool, right? It was like it was right down the road for me, and so I thought that was, kind of neat and kind of made it sound like they had this little cottage industry going on. But yeah, I mean, obviously, once they started, I mean, once they sold to, yeah, I mean, you knew it was over. I mean, not to be.
Yeah, like they chimped out on components, like I was saying with the monster cars. The cars bother me. I didn't think that would at first, but you can't pick the fucking things up. That really annoyed the hell out of me on the third edition. It's little things like that. But then again, I have issues with my hands and all.
From when you got run over by the train.
Nah, it could be. They're not sure how this happened. They're not sure how it turned the bone. It could be over time. It could have been dramatic. They're not sure. They're not sure if I'm out of the woods. I mean, the surgery.
Yeah.
Yeah. They wanted to cut both sides of the neck, and they only went with the back first to see if it would work. Cutting 7 vertebrae at one time. It's or is actually seven cuts.
Are you actually going to be going under the knife anytime soon? Possibly, maybe.
I ain't going nowhere near a hospital to this COVID shit's handled.
Now, are you saying that because you're really scared of the COVID stuff, or are you saying that because, or are you using it as an excuse to not go and get a surgery?
No, I don't see it. I'm saying it as a safety. My chances of getting it going into a hospital, exponentially grows. It's just the nature of the beast. You're in, ground zero with this shit. No matter how many precautions and all that they take. That's one. The other one is I'm still building relationships with doctors down here. All my insurance was up in Pennsylvania until 5 years ago or so. And then I went through 4 primary doctors in 3 years because I kept getting women doctors. They kept getting pregnant. And I finally went, I want a male doctor. It's just an old male doctor or an old woman doctor, whatever. I don't care. Just none of the pregnancy shit. So
you're so opinionated on
it. It's not. I understand you want to have kids and all that, but this happened 3 times at one place. Come on, give people a chance.
Maybe you were so awesome as a patient that they were like, I want to have a kid just like him.
Could be that.
Could be.
I don't really go to the doctor much. There's not reason to. It's, unless something changes. Like I go in for the meds and all that, and get blood work. I want to get the lower back looked into again. I actually want to get images of the whole spine. Now that this is healed for a couple of years.
Yeah.
And then go from there. Probably get the knee looked at again at some time in the future. I just gotta see how much downtime I want to deal with at one time. Because getting cut is not fun. Getting off them drugs isn't fun either. Yeah.
Gotcha.
But even with the drugs, I gotta go to a different dispensary tomorrow to get edibles, which I don't really enjoy doing. But I'm going down south.
I had a buddy who had a really, really bad back. Well, I mean, he's still alive. The surgery that he had to have for his back, the way he described it, how they had to go through his neck to do it.
Yeah.
Oh, just the way he was talking about, like, the recovery he had to go through and everything to get everything fixed. I was just like, oh my good gravy. I was just like, and I should say, actually, I can't bury the lead here. I was actually going to mention this. For those of you who follow the Orange Nebula crew, Tom Matson, one of him and Mark Needlinger are the two. I mean, there's a big group or whatever, but those are like the two masterminds, like I guess CEOs or co-CEOs of Orange Nebula, which I'm really looking forward to getting my copy of Unsettled. But Tom Matson had open heart surgery to fix basically the valve for his aorta. And basically, because he had kind of like a ticking time bomb.
Yeah.
And but he came through, and he is recovering. So I don't care whether you believe in a higher being or not. God is good, and he is alive and on the mend. So that makes me happy. Hey, Forrest is here. Actually, I had to talk to Forrest about something.
Yeah, heart issues is always fun. My wife's uncle just died, actually. Well, no, it wasn't hard. It was a couple.
What are you eating, Forrest?
Potatoes.
Potatoes, like flavored with what?
Ranch and soy sauce.
Ranch and soy sauce.
Oh yeah.
So
I'm not big on ranch, so sorry.
so listen to this. So Forrest, I don't want to send people to this guy's YouTube channel, but I found like somehow the algorithms spit out a YouTube channel towards me, and I think it was because my daughter uses my YouTube account because it's set up on the PlayStation to watch YouTube. It spit out, and this guy, like, he looks like you, and like all of his videos are basically him shitting on other YouTube personalities. That's like that's his entire channel. It's all of his videos are him just talking about, oh really? You're supposed to be a good guy? Well, here's the reason why you're not a good guy. And he like does all this deep diving into like all these threads and shit about these people. And
it's a way to grow, man. You mention a big YouTuber, you're gonna get views pretty much no matter what you say.
It just sits there. And yeah, I'll send you the link in the chat because the guy sounds like he's a complete and total douchebag. But but I mean, and the moment I saw him, I was like, good Lord, is that Forrest's brother? And I took a closer look, and it's like, okay, no, it's like that moment where there's like the you see him and you're like, oh, and then like you take another closer look and you're like, okay, wait a minute, no, it isn't actually Forrest, but still, this guy looks like a douchebag, and you're just like, then you realize that it isn't. Yeah, here he is. And it's more like he has some videos where he's got his glasses on, and that's when he looks more like you, or when he's got like a little bit of a scruffy beard or something like that.
If he looks enough like me, I'm gonna critique him. I'll send you there. There you go. You guys can tell me if like, and then like if you look like all of his things are like his videos are about this is why this YouTube person is a piece of shit, or this why this YouTube person is garbage, and yeah. I can see it.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I can appreciate that. And he seems to have like this fascination with a woman who has a weight loss channel.
Amberlynn Reed.
I have no idea who that is.
I'm surprised he doesn't put out more consistent content.
You know, he looks like
to the point where he's making some good money.
You know, he looks like Forrest. Remember Casey from that remember the board gamers who made movies and shit? Was it husband and wife? They did a big Kickstarter for the second or third season. What the hell was the name of it?
I always love how you like if you go back, like you keep going back and you go back or whatever, and then you when you go to a YouTube channel like this where they kind of have a little bit of a moment where they increase their, but you go back to their original videos and it's just like, hey, here's it's just like you can go all the way back and you can see he's doing tech videos at the very beginning, right? And it's just kind of like, and like, it's like, oh, hey, here's a tech video about like what's the difference between HBO Go and HBO Now, and like, he's just like doing like all these things. And then like something clicked and he was like, wait a minute, now I can, if I make these videos about like YouTube celebrities and why they're bad people or something like that, like all of a sudden like his videos went from like getting 8,000 views to like 120,000 views. So that's all I'm gonna make now. Just
it looks like it started. Yep. Onyson is falling apart. Some random YouTuber, and that is undoubtedly his biggest one. And then and that's when he was like, "Oh shit, this is easy." You can see the trend. That's interesting. And it makes sense. I mean, you find something that's working, you're gonna stick with it.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, that's what I do with the Kickstarter. I do those primarily now. That and COVID doesn't help, but yeah, I get it.
Hey Matthew.
Good day, gentlemen.
Good day.
Gentlemen.
Oh, by the way, warning to anyone who is currently backing the Bold by Uzi power bank on Kickstarter. It's raised $300,000. Go look at their comments section, scroll all the way down if you want to have a fun ride. It boils down to like identity theft and just like all this crazy stuff. We're like, you must be another manufacturer who's trying to sabotage our product. And it's just like, what the hell? And it's so hilarious because it's so obvious that they have real people there who are like, oh, just ignore all the haters. You're the best. Tell me more about this add-on. It's just, I love when I find the ones that are quite obvious.
What is this one called?
Is the Bold by Uzi, which apparently is
the Bold.
It is a really hot looking external battery pack, which is going to have wireless charging. And apparently it has the most cutting edge technological battery on the planet, which is only licensed out to like Tesla or something, despite the fact they only asked for like $5,000 or $10,000. And it's just, they changed, like they had like this weird backstory where it's like, we were on vacation in Europe and all of our batteries died on a beach, but then a blizzard hit. And that's when we went home to sunny Miami and decided we were going to make the world's best power bank. And it's like, what the hell are you even talking about? Like I say this like probably once a week. I'm pretty sure that all these Chinese companies are doing this huge song and dance and pretending like they're American companies. When the bottom line is nobody gives a damn. It's just like, I just want this freaking power bank. You don't need to pretend. Yeah. But they feel like they need to pretend. And the more I look at these tech products, just the more it just feels like a huge chunk of these tech products are just like one company in China who I think is just mass producing things and paying. Yeah.
I saw a video today on a piece of tech, and it was on Indiegogo, I think, but it was like a Facebook video, like an ad, and it was motion. It caught my eye. I'm looking at it, I'm like, this looks pretty sleek. What is this? Nowhere in the video could I actually figure out what the fuck it was. I had to go to the actual Indiegogo. Maybe they engineered it this way, but I had to go to the crowdfunding page to actually figure it out. It's a speaker. Like, yeah, done. See you later.
Yeah, it's pretty poor. Like if you can't figure out what the product is by the video.
I mean, like there's like little doohickeys on. They're like, as if it's like, ooh, this moves. Ooh, this, it's like nowhere in the video did it show it's playing music or anything, or with the person with the, I don't know. It was just so strange.
It's a skill. It's a definite skill, and you can see what companies can do it and what companies need more practice.
Yeah. I also went to the Avatar RPG page today. It's at $7 million.
Yep.
7,000 comments. They better be paying their crowdfund. What's that?
Their updates are still hot garbage. They don't ask any questions. Peter gets more comments on his when he asks questions. They could have like literally like 1,000 comments if they just asked any Avatar related question, and they just don't. It just drives me mad.
It's crazy. Like I this has to be the most a board game is taken in on Kickstarter. No.
Luckily, we can sort it and see what the top ones are. Like, I will say, I do like their search features a lot. Like,
hey, I would like to read something because I asked people to send us random emails to see if my email was working.
You shocked? Is that what you got?
Yeah, no, I got this. So somebody said test email, and I jokingly responded like, "Who is this?" Because like Kabuki and Kabuki and I have exchanged a few emails in the time. So when Kabuki emailed me, I knew who it was, but I jokingly said, "Who is this?" And then Dan says, "Dan, the wife and I watch every week. We've been watching for 4 or 5 years." Barry,
I'm sorry.
There you go. Usually takes us a few days to watch.
You drag your wife into it.
We like playing along to the initials game and We like board game talk from people involved with the industry. We really miss Richard. So do I. Tell him he's welcome to come back. I send him an invite every single week. I've invited him back. I would love to have him back on. I wish Joel would join more often. So do I. Tell him to join more often. I send him an invite every week.
Where's Jeremy?
We are from. He's just, I don't know. I invite him. He's just busy. We are from Thunder Bay, Ontario. Represent.
Where is that, Matt? Is that?
You know who else is from Thunder Bay, Ontario?
No, who else?
Paul Schaefer.
Damn it!
Oh, really?
And the world's and the leader of the world's most dangerous band.
Yeah.
I always love that when it's like David Letterman with Paul Schaefer and the world's most dangerous band.
By the way, Frosthaven, 12.9 million, biggest board game on Kickstarter.
Which one? Frosthaven?
Frosthaven hit 12.9.
That was recent too.
Put Frosthaven in the back of your head here, and I want to talk about something real quick. It is going to mock somebody and kind of kick somebody when they're down. But that's fine. I don't care. We are from Thunder Bay, Ontario, Canada. Same hometown as Connor McGooey, who you have had to talk about his games. That's right. I haven't seen Connor in forever. Pre-COVID, Connor and us had a weekly game night with 8 or 10 others. Look at this. My wife's favorites are Forrest and Barry.
Woo! The stoners.
The plant.
And then he said, yes, people just need to wear your damn masks and get vaccinated. So there you go. That's Dan. If anybody else would like to send me an email, undervikingvideos@gmail.com, I'll be glad to read it out loud for you. Online, you too can join the fun or whatever. Dan also sent me the link to the Ark of Horror game, but I couldn't find it. And then David Killing, who is the super nice guy who has offered to find me
David's cool, awesome.
Yeah, he's offered to find me some cool stuff for my aquarium, which I think is incredibly nice of him to ask. I've told him he doesn't need to, but
he's another Ontarian.
So did you guys catch all the broken token stuff?
Oh yeah, fuck. that was a ride.
So I want to just so basically former employee.
Hold on one sec. Just David Killing, Lance, if you ever need anybody to do cardboard construction stuff, like little holders or whatever for your games, that's your guy.
Yeah.
Peter Vaughn might join us in a little bit. He better anyway. I told him to come on here and pimp his game. Not that it really needs any pimping or anything.
Matt, you got a pussy on your table. Where's the other one?
They're both the same color.
Oh, I thought it was one cat. Damn.
So here's so if those of you haven't heard, and this is I'll give a little bit. I will hesitate to just say trigger stuff. Broken Token, the CEO of Broken Token was accused of sexual harassment and assault by a former employee. Which you can, if you want to Google that, you can dig into it. She does go into very descriptive detail about the extent of the assault and how he manipulated her into an abusive relationship, basically to keep her from basically keep her working there and in a position of power over her. Sounds like he's a piece of shit, and I wouldn't be able to pick this guy out of a lineup of one, though I've seen the Broken Token booth. What?
I seem to have dropped it at the right time.
Yeah,
you figure at that point you just guess.
Yeah, but anyway, so I want to read. So he back on after he was accused of the sexual harassment and assault, he posted a and I want to read a sentence to you, and I want to know
it was beautiful. I was so happy to see him post that.
Yeah, just
Any semblance of
exactly what everyone wanted to
just
hear.
no time out. I want to read this to you, and because when I read this, I reread the line 5 or 6 times, and I was trying to say, this seems like this is a typo to me. I just
no, it's not.
So I go, so more allegations might be raised, as the Medium article hints. And you can find, if you go into Facebook, just type in the Broken Token, you can see this. You can read along if you want.
Public on their page.
Yeah, and it says, I will take all allegations seriously and address them in the most straightforward, transparent manner, while giving full respect and due to those who make these allegations. That just sounds weird. Full respect and due? What does that mean?
It means hear them out. Be like, oh, well, it's interesting.
But no, but I mean that be a transparent manner possible while giving full respect and due. What is full respect and due?
It means that the decisions around what he actually does with people are about the same level of intelligence as what he chooses to post as a statement.
I just said it was an incredibly clunky thing to say. It just didn't make any sense. I mean, all I know is that, like, I'm not laughing about the allegations. I'm taking those very seriously. What I'm laughing at is this idiot who is like, I'm going to type this up and post. Problems solved. Just like, I mean, like you said, Alex, I am super glad that he basically exposed, because it was a post from somebody that was such a narcissist, that like he didn't see himself as at all possible, like at fault in any way. And so he just said, well, I'm just going to say this. And if you don't like it, well, tough. The people that make a post that they say, I categorically deny these accusations. However, I do believe that, all, these things, I do believe that we should believe people, believe women, believe people that report these crimes, and just they say that. And then, in the future, anybody requesting any more information, please, you can speak to my attorney. Like something is generic and just high reaching and like completely neutral. I'm so glad he didn't do that. I'm so glad he just, I categorically deny these accusations, and I look forward to the day of like, addressing these in the court of law or something along those lines. Please see my attorney if you have any questions.
His post basically validated that no matter what did or didn't happen, no matter what, he's wrong. He's for sure wrong. That's not the question at this point. The only question is whether he manipulated a power dynamic that he shouldn't have, or whether it's the next level. But either way, he's wrong.
The fact that he was like, the Medium article does shed light on one fact. In 2014, my wife of now 20 years and I did separate for 2 months before deciding to reconcile.
No, any relationships I've had with employees or otherwise have been completely consensual. Well, don't sleep with your people who you pay their bills. Like, it's a good starting point.
Yeah. During the last few years, as my wife and I continue to work on our partnership, I am confident that the close and consensual interactions I had with others in and outside the workplace never crossed the line of sexual harassment or assault. Meaning that you're a douchebag who was cheating on, who was most definitely pursuing sex from your employees of the company that you own and run.
Yeah.
What a time to
you don't see anything wrong with that, Lance?
Be an insert maker right now. Like, I mean, look at it from their perspective. Broken Token, along with a couple, like, what is it? Game Trays and Broken Token.
Yeah.
Those were probably the 2 biggest names that I can really think of for that sort of market. And this is
Folding Space. Folding Space is the other one.
But
what happened with Game? Did something happen with Game Trays?
No, nothing. He's just saying.
No. I'm saying there are also
handful of.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm just saying that, like, if I were a rival manufacturer of those, that's a huge day for you. Like, oh wow, this is gonna open, because Isaac Childress pushed down the domino and was like, check mark, we're fucking done with you. And then it was just everyone was fucking done with them. Like, I think I saw about 15, 20 people doing it.
Not that it should be a race or a feather in our hat kind of thing, but I think I say we have to post something, and Josh posted something almost immediately after Gray Fox was like, we've discontinued our partnership with them and have told them to stop selling our products, and just Just like, and then did you see what Yellow did? Said that we're taking all the money that we earned over that 3-year partnership and we're donating it to abuse charities.
My wife actually found that, oddly enough. I was like, oh wow, really? How do you know this? Like, you don't follow anything in board games. But yeah. So that was...
Yeah, but I mean, good on Yellow. Holy shit, awesome.
Yeah.
I couldn't give them enough thumbs up on that one.
That's what
Stefan's a good dude.
Money.
Yeah.
Yeah, Stefan's a really good dude.
And the thing is, and remember the Gen Con's fuck up that Stefan had? And and he immediately just owned it. He just owned it. He's like, you're absolutely right. I lost my temper. I shouldn't have done what I did. This is what I'm going to be doing, and this is how I'm going to make it better. And everybody basically said, yeah, you're a good dude. And
who blames them for fucking up like that, though? I mean, that was frustrating.
Well, and not to drudge up old water, but it's like, I wasn't there. I certainly don't know what happened, but in my head, I can definitely play out a security person who is given, like, your task is to make sure that nobody comes through this door without a badge. And then you have a guy who's carrying like, 7 heavy boxes full of games back and forth to a booth, running to get it set up before the day opens up, and you can't see the badge on the guy because he's carrying the boxes, and you stop him, and that guy's already in like a bad mood, which doesn't absolve him. But you can just imagine the security guard, hey, you need to stop and put down those heavy things and take 10 seconds to show me your badge so I can know you can actually come in. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can imagine somebody saying, you know what? Fuck you. Get out of my way.
Well, I feel like, again, being selfish, Lance, the guy's only doing his job.
I feel like if you've been in the board game hobby long enough, you realize that
there's certain shit you gotta do.
Most of these controversies that happen, they're going to blow over in less than a week because everybody on Twitter is going to find something else to get pissed off about days. And as long as you can just weather that storm, people have short memories, and a lot of people don't want to remember this kind of thing.
In general controversies, yes, but if you're referring to this and Broken Token, that's like a lot of business splits.
That is, but I still, they could have handled it way better. I agree. I agree
with you. Anything else, if it's just controversy related, give it 48 hours. 48 hours, it's over. People move on to the next thing. Whatever you want to pick, any subject. I'm just going to list a bunch. I don't want to list a bunch. Any subject that's ever come up is gone in 48 hours. But if it comes down to business partnerships, those things, nobody's picking up these pieces with Broken Token.
But here's
hold on, everybody.
No one's putting that back together.
Put a pin in the conversation for a second. I just got an email.
You broke the trip.
I'm glad that we had.
All right, so Robert Purdon, he located Bigfoot.
Why? Why every fucking week do we go back to this damn thing?
Every week.
This is proof. Why are we?
You really need to check your promotions folder there, Lance.
Shut up.
16K.
I delete it like once every 2-3 months.
You don't even check it?
No, why?
There might be a gold nugget in there.
I'm sure there would be. We just know we have to spend money that I don't have. Thank you, Robert, for showing me Bigfoot. I appreciate that. Truth. Yeah, the truth will set you free.
So it's Robert and Oldie.
So here's my question. I think had he just gone flat denial, because he did deny it, but he denied it in like the shittiest way possible. He's going to lose a lot.
They're like, yeah, I cheated on my wife. But
I mean, it was too late for him either way, but it's definitely the worst thing he could have done.
Yeah, but if he would have,
No.
Enough new companies that he.
Oh, Alex, the worst thing he could have done. He just a picture of him going, chicks, huh? That would have been the worst thing he could have done.
What do you do with him? Huh?
All right, so let's look into the crystal ball. What do we predict is going to happen to Broken Token in the future? Like, how does this play out?
It may stay as a remnant of a company, but employees who are there are probably going to want to look elsewhere. People who don't work. I mean, there's enough other competitors that I think they'll stick around. I think they'll limp around. Lots of small mom and pop stores make inserts. I don't think they'll continue to be the household name they have been. I think Meeple Realty and Folder Space and Game Trays keeps you completely stocked along with other side names that Broken Tokens are a relic of the past. They'll still exist. But
all right, so here's the follow up. What would you do? I know, obviously, hopefully, none of us would do
as
any of
a
this bullshit.
buyer, as an owner,
If you were the dude who was just like, oh shit,
I'd
this
sell
is
it.
bad.
I'd sell it tomorrow.
Yeah,
That's the
I
best
would-
option.
I would hand it off to somebody else and say, you know what, I need to work on myself. This is, blah blah blah.
Well, I mean, they had a situation like that, right? I mean, the problem is that if he could
If
hand it
you're
off to somebody,
guilty.
but he'd still own the company,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
No, I'm saying you sell it. You divest yourself completely. Walk
But
away. It's the
that's-
most profitable thing you can do to it.
Well, to the company, yeah. I mean, it's just I don't think they have enough employees, honestly, to.
Yeah, I don't think it's that big.
I mean, is it something where they have like 5 employees or whatever? I don't know.
I don't know the number.
Yeah, I mean, so let's say they have a dozen employees. I mean, obviously, if they're not going to be making the insert for Frosthaven, I mean, that's just a giant chunk of cash that is just leaving their wallets.
And I wonder how far along in the process they are in some of these. Like, ooh, yeah.
Well, and that's okay. So here's the problem with that is that I mean does it get contested in court? Like, does he say we have a contract that says you're paying us X and we're supposed to make this for you, and we both signed it. Now the legalese on that contract, who knows what's in there? Like, if you turn out to be an incredible, is there a stipulation in the contract that says if you turn out to be a complete shithead, then I'll actually lose business for being.
Didn't
doing
Isaac
something with you,
initially
then
say
pick it
they're
up.
looking into it and then confirm they're walking away?
I don't think they've said anything about the fact that they're walking away. I think they just, unless something was posted, I know that they did say something along the lines of just that they are looking into, their options at this time.
Yeah, it seemed like both. I know Dinosaur World, at the very least, issued that they're looking into what they can do, and then they said they're walking away. So like, I think in both cases there was a 2-step announcement. I could be wrong. I know Dinosaur World
Yeah,
for
I
sure
could be
was a
wrong too.
2-step, but
It's one of those things where it's like I'm sure they'll the last one they had was August 19th, and it just said that this sexual harassment, there's no place in the industry. Cephalor Reagan's committed to making this industry safe for everyone. We are exploring our options regarding broken token inserts sold as a part of the Frosthaven Kickstarter, as well as our other contractual obligations program. We'll have more news soon. And they haven't stated anything since. So
Yeah, and if it's getting held up with lawyers and contracts, the game will probably.
Oh
be
yeah,
out
I
by
mean,
the
it's
time
something where they'll
done.
have to.
Yeah,
and admittedly, I don't know the full range and motion of everything, but I think that Broken Token made an insert for Champions of Midgard, and we just basically were like, yeah, no, you're not going to make it for us anymore. So see you later. And it was just like, and I think it's just done. I don't know. So I mean, but
see, if I were in this position, I wouldn't know what I would do. See, if I'm trying. If this is just an accusation for whatever reason, I don't like that people judge without there being justice, a trial and all that, until he's proven guilty or innocent. If he is guilty, he deserves what he deserves. But if he's innocent, even though that was a fucked up statement he wrote, how would you, no matter what he says, it's not good.
I realize. See. No, I don't want to go down this path because here's the deal: is that the chances that he's innocent of this bullshit is like almost zero. I mean, it's just like, and anybody who says, "Oh, okay,"
No, there's
no but. There's no but. And I love you, Barry. But sometimes your sensibles here need to be just. Just let me say. I'll let you have your piece. But let me just say what I want to say here. It's the chances that this is a false accusation, like a completely made up, like figment, is practically zero. It is one of those things where false accusations of crimes are ridiculously uncommon.
Well, before a statement, I believe the stats are like 5 to 10%. They're low.
Well, no,
They're not
and the thing
ridiculously
is,
uncommon.
but that's for crimes in general. for
No, I'm saying it's called false sexual harassment cases. I believe, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, okay, I believe it's 5 to 10% are false.
they think it's even less because of the fact that like false accusations of a sexual battery or assault or anything like that are even fewer because of like the stigma that surrounds them. Now there's no hard and fast knowledge. The 5 and 10% that gets ballyhooed and thrown around comes from like do some research, and if it comes from like a couple of studies that were done that are mostly considered to be outdated and not true, and it's just but in general, like the actual cases of people like reporting crimes falsely is incredibly low, and it's even lower for cases that have to do with like sexual battery and assault. And the problem there is that it's like you have to ask yourself like what there is to gain from reporting a crime falsely, and you have to remember it's like what does somebody have to gain from like this woman from coming forth and saying this is the abject terror that I was placed under during my time of working for this person. She's gone. She's out of it. She's out of the relationship. She's working somewhere else. For what it sounds like, she's moved on with her life. She's made no mention of like making a lawsuit or going after money or anything like that. She just basically says, I don't want anybody. She heard that basically another person was subjected to the same torment that this person had done to her. And she realized that by staying quiet, she was allowing this person to continue on and continue doing it. And they basically could not be, didn't want to go public. Because honestly, the moment she comes forward and says anything like that, that is opening the gate for all these shitheads in the world to say, oh, well, it's just like, well, love her score and Baba Dur, she's fucking lying bitch, all that stuff.
And that's my exact point.
Well, if you're looking for shitheads
public
like that,
opinion now, it's public court, and you get both ends. And it doesn't get resolved. It just goes out there, and 5 years later, it comes up again. That's my point. It's just public opinion. I do believe this guy is wrong. Where the woman was wronged by the guy. I do believe that, but I'm saying it's all public court. It's not.
I see Barry's point. Like if someone did want to be in that 5%, the way board games is now, especially on social media, you're done. You're fucking done. It's just, I personally 100% agree that this is all probably totally true because once again, she benefits nothing from this aside from dragging her own name through the mud as well as his. And unfortunately, that is, but I see Barry's point, but I agree that. Yeah.
All this is reactionary. It's not, it's.
Well, have we had?
I mean, that's why I went to the statement. I'm really happy that he made the statement he did. Because I probably fall somewhere in the middle. I'm stats support believing her, but also there's the whole thing gets very messy. Like I would side in the fact of believing he's guilty, but also having that small percentage of like, well, what level of action of this, of that, which is why I'm very happy he posted what he did. He made it very, very easy. No matter what happens, he's wrong. The question is just how wrong is he?
Yeah, it's to be thought. It's better to be thought the fool than to open your mouth and remove all doubt. Yeah. It's just like
you should see. You should see the comments on. There's like a Broken Token custom modifications community board, and the knuckle draggers on there are not. I mean, they're coming to what's his name's defense. And
I can only imagine that's just a hotbed of shit.
Oh, what defense is there?
I don't know, none really. But I'm just doubting her or whatever. It's just ridiculous.
Again, this is a lot of conversations about the standard, like garbage of like, I mean, this is a lot of the same. When people he should be taken to a court of law and determined, blah blah blah. It's just kind of like because it doesn't work like that.
This thing with public opinion, it's a slippery slope to me, and it worries me. Because I totally believe this guy is guilty.
But slippery slope arguments in general.
It's
slippery slope arguments in general are not this, I guess, is something. I mean, it's
how
just
about all
I
the
mean,
people in prison?
You can't argue. It's like, oh well, if we allow this, then you're going to allow that. You know, it's like, how about just deal with the thing we were dealing with right now, and then take the slippery slope stuff as it comes in. I don't know.
But like
I am of
this
the mindset
forces other people
that,
to throw their
this guy's a
you know,
shithead, and
yeah, I believe that, but this
well,
this forces companies to throw their shit out there that they don't really have to, but they have to. You know, I'm against him. You know,
but that's the way that. That's, I mean, you know, not to be whatever, it's the way the world's going, right? I mean, it's like we are going into a world of you know, this is the brave new world we're going into. I mean, we are heading into a spot where everything you do and everything you say is going to be recorded and transcribed and what have you. And you know, I mean, it's just one of those things where it's like, you know, watch what you say. I mean, it's like, I gotta imagine. I mean, I remember I've always, if Grant comes on, I hope he does later. I wanted to ask him about, have you gone back and has he gone back into his Twitter from like 10 years ago and just said, I better delete this stuff, you know, just in case. Like, what if, you know, like he, you know, like if he gets to a point, you know, and somebody's like, oh, I'm gonna go and read every single tweet this guy ever did. No, you know, he did a off-color racist joke 12 years ago. Well, you know, and I'm not saying that he shouldn't be called into the carpet for that, but I mean, go back and make sure, you know, and just we need to, yeah. I mean, it's like you need to. The whole thing is just.
Forrest, how about you? I mean, you're running for office, right?
Yeah.
Did you have a conversation with somebody?
Have you gone back and deleted? Do I need to go back and delete every Alaboom ever?
Did you have a conversation? Did this kind of stuff come up when you were talking about all your campaigning and everything?
I've talked to people, and no, not really. I don't feel like I said anything too like.
No,
I'm not sexist or racist generally.
No,
I'm sure if somebody dug, they could, but it's like
generally.
Well, no, I mean.
Well, generally is the key word. Like you said, we've all said things we regret. I don't think it's a question.
Yeah.
The only question is, has that thing been recorded or not?
I guess what I'm asking is, you know, like, are you just running on your own? Like, do you have people you're working with that are helping you with your
this is a one-man show. I have talked to a couple people in the know, and they've pretty much all said, you know, it's great what you're doing, but you're going to have to play the game or you're going to get your ass kicked. And you have to play the game a certain way. And if you don't play the game a certain way, or if you don't have the money, they're like, actually, if you wanted to play the game your way and you had enough money, you could make it work. Mm-hmm. But without the money, you have to play the game a certain way. Mm-hmm. And that's kind of honestly where I've kind of fallen off on it. I still do it and I still plan on putting myself out there, but my enthusiasm died for it when I talked to like literally 4 people who were like, I like what you're doing. It's great. Sounds like a great idea. What you're planning. It's not going to work because the other guy's doing X, Y, and Z. He's got a team of 6. He's got the machine. And, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's pretty much just me right now. I do have some friends who have offered to volunteer, some people who have offered to like phone bank and stuff like that. But yeah, it's mostly a one-man show.
So I have to imagine that had you engaged a publicist or whatever, that would be one of the first 3 things that they're going to talk to you about.
Oh yeah, I should have. I totally should have. I went into it bull in a china shop, which, you know, if you've met me before, it doesn't surprise anybody, but I pissed off a lot of people, apparently. Like a lot of people who donate money and time and effort because I'm a complete outsider. It doesn't matter if my pedigree is like, yeah, I work with low-income families for a decade and I did this and that. It's like, no, you need to fucking kiss the ring, and you need to fucking kiss the ring first thing and then get permission to do this, that, and the other. And I didn't do that. And yeah. So, yeah.
Because you're weakening someone else's position or something.
Yes. Yeah, that was, yeah. The inner works of the politics is not as fun as I thought it would be.
Why would you ever think it was
Why would
fun?
you think it's fun?
Because I try and make everything fun. my wife hates it because I try and make life a game just in general. Like everything I do, I try and gamify in my daily day.
Yeah.
But yeah. But I went back through my Facebook and made it so that only I could see things because I'm sure there's some stuff that I said, when I was a raging alcoholic in my early.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like Lance and I have talked about this, but I have taken a very different path, addicted to many different vices throughout my life, and yeah, so there's definitely some stuff that could be dig up and look bad, but it is what it is. So I have a question for everybody here. Well, I guess mostly for the publishers. It seems to me like it's a no-brainer. You shouldn't launch your Kickstarter game until your Kickstarter game is on Board Game Geek. That just seems like, because you have the potential to get it on the hotness and get more buzz to it. Like that just seems like such an obvious thing. Is it just me?
I agree with you that it should be done, but I have seen successful Kickstarters where it was not done.
I have too, and I'll name it. Like the AEG one. Like I feel like they just screwed the
Which game?
so hard on the Edge of Darkness expansion.
Yeah,
it's looks
not on BGG.
Phoned in.
What do you mean? It's on BGG. Emissaries of the Veil. Boom, it's right there.
What? It was not when I checked it. I know they had a massive backlog, but it was not when I first checked it. Okay, good.
And keep in mind that could be the issue because some of these things are BGG backlog. You might submit it thinking that a week is enough, and it might mean that you need 3 weeks right now.
Yeah.
But with a company like AEG, I figure like they would have done this in the.
AEG is a company that's really, really good, and I think they can up their Kickstarter game.
Oh, their Kickstarter game is fucking terrible.
Oh, their Kickstarter game is fairly new, and they have such a huge retail side that Kickstarter is really just gravy.
Yeah, I think they can definitely up the Kickstarter game. So this is like, if you're looking at this evidence of anything, your evidence is there. You're good.
Well, like I remember the one thing I really pointed to is the fact that their Kickstarter page didn't appeal to anybody except for the people who already had the game, pretty much, and it blew my mind.
I mean, think it through practically. We have a Black Rose Wars, which has, a company that has issues and drama, and they did this and they did that, and some of their games are good, some of their games are bad, and even Black Rose Wars has complaints, and their Kickstarter hits $1 million day two. We have Edge of Darkness, which is like the third expansion for a game that's fairly well received, fairly well rated, not nearly as many complaints, and they're at what, 250,000?
Yeah.
Yup.
Like Dead Reckoning, had Dead Reckoning been handled a little better, that could have been a $2 million campaign. I think they just crossed $1 million with it. Like, again, Age is a great company, but they are retail first, and Kickstarter, like everyone said, is gravy.
But it could be mashed potatoes. It'd be so much mashed potatoes.
I love AEG.
Yeah, I mean, when I worked on the Thunderstone Quest launch, so I worked on the game, and then they went to Kickstarter with it, and I think it brought in like $600,000 or $700,000, and I think that was their biggest to date at the time. And I mean, they're a solid company. I love working with them. Like I said, their retail arm is just so big compared to their Kickstarter.
Yeah.
They're not.
Well, I think every publisher right now is like so under able to be properly staffed funding wise, right? So that like something, you can't do everything well.
I feel like this is like what Alex said, and what I say a lot in my videos. I feel like sometimes once a week I'll be like, wow, are you like, look at everything we've seen here. This should have an extra zero on. Like that's a lot of money you're leaving on the table. I mean, you're gonna hire somebody paying $50,000 a year. You can make that back in one Kickstarter just by doing better customer service, better updates, better this, better that. It's just
there's so many moving pieces to a great Kickstarter campaign. It's you gotta put your I'd say A game, but it's even more than that into it, because there's so many. There's like the design of the page itself. There's the marketing, the pre-marketing, the during marketing, and the after marketing. There's so many things that if you don't nail them out of the gate, you're sunk. Because the window for actually success is so short for a lot of this stuff that it's really disappointing when you have this great campaign, yet nobody's coming.
How, Lance, do you work on most of the campaigns by yourself, or do you have a team, like a couple people who get in there? How does that work?
I mean, it's just mostly me and I mean, Christian Strain does a lot of pretty much all of the art for it. We sometimes will have outside artists, but then he does all of the art design and things like that. I mean, Shane and I and Josh have meetings where we argue about stuff, how things should look and how it should be done, and I suggest something, and then Josh suggests something, and then Shane will sometimes suggest something that's a lot like I suggested, and then he, eventually it's like, yeah, we should just do like, perfect example, like we were arguing over the Arcana Rising bag to hold the chips, and they're like, well, we should have some sort of design on it, and I was just like, and I said, well, we should probably what if we took the logo that's on there, like the for the last round, and you don't know Arcana Rising, that's fine, but there's this symbol for the last round of each deck, and the last round of the deck, basically you get to activate all of your magic, and so there's a symbol that has the Arcana Rising symbol, and then it's surrounded by the all the different 6 symbols of magic, and it's just like, how if we just do that and embroider it on the bag? That would look really cool. And Josh was like, well, we could do that, or we could do something. And like, he suggested a thing. And then Shane's like, you know what? Screw it. I know what we're going to do. We're just going to put the Arcana Rising thing, and we're going to put the 6 magic symbols around it. And then we'll make that. That's what we'll do.
You were an earworm.
And then I was like, oh, okay. I was like, okay. And then Josh was like, it's like, just in the meeting, he said, hey, just so you know, Lance, I do remember that you suggested it first. Shane just wasn't paying any attention to you. And I was just like, and Shane's like, what? He's like, I don't care. Fuck you. He said, just make it happen.
That sounds like Shane. Some of my favorite arguments have been with Josh and Shane.
Yeah. Just no. And to be fair, I say arguments, but it's mostly like we bounce shit off of each other, and truth. Let's cards on the table. Truth be told, there's a lot of times where basically I think it's Shane and Josh who bounce stuff ideas back and forth off of them. And then I just kind of pipe up every once in a while and try to show them where the hose is going to get kinked up and where it isn't going to work. And I'm just like, that's not going to work if we do it like that. And they're like, why? And I was like, well, this is why. And they're like, oh, okay. And then every once in a while, like I suggested a super cool, if we can make it work, a super cool stretch goal for Last Light just the other day, just because Roy was like, hey, do you like these dice? And I was like, wouldn't it be cooler if those dice were like translucent, but they actually had like a white star on the inside of them, and we could sell them as like exclusive dice just for Last Light. And then like, now we're gonna it was just like, it's really weird how board game stuff gets done. It's like, it seems to me that, and this is like every single, both TMG and somebody says, wouldn't it be cool if, and then you figure out whether or not you can afford to do it.
I mean, at a certain size of company, like that's how it works.
I actually just had kind of a conversation like that with JT from the Game Crafter today. Because I was just like, logistically, I was like, could you fit a quad fold tiny board into a mitt tin? Because I was like, you could get a decent sized board if you could do that.
Nothing else would fit in there though.
Yeah, that's what he said. That's what he said. And he's like, yeah, we got play mats that do like that. But I was like,
you'd have to have a mint tin like this tall.
They got that.
Depends on how thick you go on the board.
Yeah, that's true. Then it ends up warping to all hell.
Yeah, right. Weird rounded edges.
In
the
middle. just yeah. So it has these little things that go like this on the center.
You could use that in the design though. You could put a piece that fits in there.
You could.
It's I already designed it. Okay.
You have to sell it with like a straightener kit so you can keep it straight, like an iron to keep it straight.
I like it.
Can we afford it?
What?
Yeah, that's it. That's the weird thing too. Is like there's also one of those like I keep talking about if I still have a YouTube channel at some point, and I'm not, and I'm retired. I'm truly retired, and I don't work for any board game company or anything like that. I want to just. I've often said, and this isn't to take a shit on anybody. That isn't how I will approach it in any means. But just what people don't understand about the board game industry, and just like the stuff that you can actually say. And I would never call anybody out by name or anything like that. But I would definitely be like, yeah, this is the crazy stuff that nobody has any clue. It's just I find it absolutely like insane. Where it's just like people are like, oh well, why is this company? Why did I only pay $10 for this company to get my game from China? Because you're paying for it in the price of the game. What? Right. Yeah, that game that $70 price tag you're playing plus $10 shipping. It's a $60 game with $20 shipping, but they're just making you pay $70 for the game. Yeah, that's what it is. It's just like it's not.
I mean, the thing on shipping that people don't understand is, regardless of what anything says, you have to pay for the shipping.
Of course.
Like it's coming from somewhere. You are paying for it, whether you buy it from Amazon Prime or like you're paying for shipping, no matter what the number next to shipping says. That's just always true.
My senior high school economics teacher, the very first day of school, he told a story. A good friend of my dad's too, a nice guy too, still alive. Also, I just ran into him the other day. Jim Moan. He told a story of like there was a king that wanted to understand economics, but he just couldn't understand it. There was too much going on, and so he went and he hired from the three kingdoms. From the three kingdoms in the world, he hired the most knowledgeable like wizard of economics, and he had them come and he said, I want you, the three of you, to dumb economics down to a single sentence, and you have 1 week. And so they went and they did all their things, whatever, and when they came back to the king, they said, what is it? And he said, there is no such thing as a free lunch. It was and then he said, by the end of this thing, you will write me a paper either agreeing with or disagreeing with that statement and why. And you had to defend the reason why. And that was the final. There was no test. He had no test for the final. It was just turn in your paper of, he goes, and like people are like, how long should it be? He's like, make it as, well, actually this is, I will precurse this by saying this was 1989, 1990. He said, well, I want it to be like a woman's skirt, long enough to cover the subject, but short enough to keep my interest. Yes, it was a different time.
Yeah, no kidding.
Just like, and everybody tittered and giggled. But no, yeah, so then we turned in, we had to defend whether or not there is the idea behind that statement is that if you go and you say, oh, I got a free sub at Subway, then, it's like, no, it isn't really free. They're getting your money somehow, one way or the other.
There's a recent expression in recent years of, if you find a service that there really genuinely is no cost to the product whatsoever, then you're the product. For like Facebook or any of those things.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Alex, while I got you before I forget, did you get all your EOS stuff?
I do have my EOS stuff.
All right,
excited.
Cool. So get to work on that.
Yeah, I'm going to. No, I already played it, but I want to get another play in just in case they change the rules.
No, that's fine. William Brown just gave me his unlisted video. He did a good job on it. I gotta have him send his to somebody. Yeah, that 5-player game was.
It took a little while.
It was new players. Anyway, we got enough people here.
I'm sure
we didn't do it last week.
Wait, can we wait like 40 seconds on that?
Yeah, I got to get a soda out of my fridge behind me anyway.
I'll be heading off shortly. I need to film a video.
killer. I cut myself.
That's fine. It better be EOS.
No, I gotta get Mythic Mischief. That review,
doing?
that Kickstarter is going.
I heard through a little grapevine you hit 30K, buddy. Good for you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, this past week,
Nice.
it's fun. Yeah,
Nice. Good work.
appreciate it.
Yeah.
No,
Look
yeah,
at
Mythic.
you. All your hard work.
It's just fun. It's fun. People keep talking about like burnout, and I'm like, please, at the end of a long day, like to me, like doing a video is the relaxation. Like I still have a job.
You have no children. That's my that's my argument back to you there.
You know,
I'm
I
not
have
saying
4
that
kids,
you need
right?
to rush out and have a bunch of
Yeah, I was gonna say I thought he had at least 2.
4.
You have 4 kids?
Yeah,
4 kids.
You have 4 kids. Oh well, then then you're a better man than
So
me.
now
How
what's
about
your
we'll go with
excuse
that?
now?
We'll go with
I just did an unboxing with one of my kids today. Actually, I unboxed
Yeah.
Ankh with Tavi.
Seriously,
And
I
they're pretty
honestly,
young too, right?
Say again?
They're relatively young too, right?
Yeah, I have
Yeah.
a 1-year-old, a 6-year-old, a 7-year-old, and a 9-year-old. I think that's the
I
ages.
know.
Maybe
I
it's
thought it was
2.
like 10. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, first question: don't you know where they come from by now? I mean,
You have to
you
be
think you
more
would've stopped.
specific.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
I know
know.
I know how they I know how children are developed.
I'm
and
just
born.
saying, after 2,
Oh,
yeah, I
so
mean, after 2, though, you thought you would have learned your lesson.
I'm one of 6 personally. So for me, going down to 4 was a step down. But it was we had 3, and then we had like a long gap between 3 and 4. But we eventually had the 4th, and he's adorable and cute, so no regrets. But it was really sad to go from just being done with diapers to, back into the game.
I'm sure that's
Well, I apologize.
Oh, it's all good.
For some reason, I had stuck my head. No.
So Alex, do you find? I'm curious.
Wait, I was still talking, Barry.
I don't care, Alex. I come from.
Ask your question.
I come from. We're Irish Catholic, so it's like there was my grandmother was one of 10 that lived, and then my mother's generation was one of 6, so it almost halved. And then my generation, I don't have kids. My brother has 3. Most of them are averaging 3 or 4. So do you find that with your family, your generation, are they getting like that dramatically halved almost?
I don't know if they're getting halved. It depends. Like definitely the same thing. It's just in a kind of religious family, so we tend to have larger family sizes. But I mean, like my wife's one of 3. She went up a notch technically. But I think my own personal family, if I look at all my siblings, all of us are less than the 6 we were. So to varying degrees. It's actually funny. Right now, we're actually, because I'm one of 6, from us, we have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So we're each like up a step. So the current joke is no one can have another kid because then everyone has to have another kid to keep pace. But yeah, no, it's.
So wait a minute.
Yeah.
How old are you, Alex?
I am 32. Got
How old is
married
your
when I
wife?
was, my wife is 30. I got married when I was 22. 22 sounds right. I turned 22 when I got married, like right around then. Yeah.
Wow.
That's why people look at me at the age and they're like 4 kids. But I got married when I was 22. We had the first kid 1.5 years, second kid at 3 years, 4th kid at 4.5 years, and then we took like a 4-year break before we had the 4th.
I didn't know you had 4 kids. Holy shit.
Yeah.
God for your generation.
22. I was at 22. Let's see. I was working. I was running a pizza place. I was my most steady job was a concert, like basically event security team lead. Like that was my most constant job. I had I worked for a couple of different promoters, and I worked concert security, just constantly. It seemed like every night there was a concert that I had to go somewhere, and man, I have so many stories from that, like 3 years of my life.
Yeah, I think I was programming
I was
software in
22.
Visual Basic and C++.
I still remember the day that I had to the very first concert I ever worked was Insane Clown Posse. And people were like, how did you? It was like, I got done, and I was, because that was they brought all that basically the Fago, the Shasta, that they bring with. They bring 2 liters of Fago, which is like in Michigan, it's like the Shasta pop.
Mhm.
And they basically just they shake up the 2 liters and then they open them up and spray it into the crowd. And like I because I was new, I had to work pit security, which is the guys that stand in front of the stage.
Oh, God, you were soaked.
Yeah, no, I was completely from head to toes soaked in
Sticky.
warm sticky soda from head to toe.
So how much of the fan base did you get to take in? Because I know a lot of times, like, did you? Because I got a chance to go to Hollow Wicked, which is one of their
Matt down.
concerts that they do yearly, and it was so eye opening. Like it was a lot.
Yeah, I mean this is relatively like, I mean this would have been like 1990. God, what was it? 1994, 95.
Oh,
I
they were
guess. So I mean,
early,
it was really early, you know, before the whole Juggalo thing really
I
took
still in
off.
high school.
They were nice enough people. I mean they were. They weren't like hey, how's it going kind of guys, but they weren't disrespectful to security. There was a ton of people that just treated us like shit.
Huge
No matter what. You know, I do remember one time Violent J at one point just opened up a 2-liter bottle and poured it right on my head, and like, you know, and just in the crowd just laughed. I thought about climbing up on the stage and murdering him, but
The hell? Who's strangling a cat?
yeah, no, one of them's in heat and the other one is fixed, but so they just chase each other around like crazy. So good for them. Anyway, yeah. Well, good
my
for
God,
you, Alex.
Yeah.
Was that a
I like him. Little game
place
group.
tonight? Go ahead, Alex.
But no, I was just saying I like the kids, their little game group in the making.
I should hope you like your kids.
The
Depends on the day.
you think that, but I
understand.
mean, my daughter will ask to play a board game once every 2 to 3 weeks. My son usually at least once a week, more than once. He'll say, "Let's play a game." He'll and then we'll sit down and play something. Which I actually, that's so relaxing to just play a game with my son. It's just like, because it just doesn't matter, you know, and it's just
Awesome.
and it is like the most relaxing like 45 minutes to an hour that I can spend, and we can usually bust out 2 or 3 games, and enjoyable. He loves Flamecraft. Like it just like clicks with him.
I haven't been able to play that one yet.
Yeah, I like
looks,
that, 'cause
looks
it,
really
like
cute,
he's
though.
actually putting the combos together. It is, I would say, medium light, and like yeah,
Yeah.
you know, 18,000 backers, whatever, can't be wrong or whatever.
Yeah,
it is.
right.
So
That thing went
you know,
really well.
You had to put all the front
That's
end
awesome.
work in. Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah,
It
he
went really
busted his
well.
ass. So good for him.
Oh,
But,
hey, Alex, did you?
All
ever
right,
make that-
Alex, go make your video.
Oh, okay.
What's
all right.
what's the
go ahead.
question? What's the question? What's the question?
Oh,
I'm curious.
somebody, there's a one of the forums for the Great Wall. I think it was the Great Wall.
Yeah.
Has a person that was like vehemently, just like there was some comparison between Great Wall and After the Empire,
I plan on having a play this, that of 2 games.
and somebody was like vehemently, like talking down people that were supporting the Great Wall, and I was like, I'm sure it's a great game. We don't need to.
Oh, I plan on so I have a format called Play This Not That, where I compare 2 games and talk about like which one I prefer
Yeah.
or different aspects. And I haven't gotten to it yet, but I plan on doing After the Empire and the Great Wall.
Nice.
They actually have a degree of similarity to not the games are totally different, but they
Right.
have worker placement and the actual attacking of the wall.
Yeah.
But I like both of them a lot. But yeah.
Yeah, that'll be. I'm looking forward to it. That'll be fun.
Oh yeah, no, I get people like to hate on Awakened Realms. Like Awakened Realms used to be an underdog of a company, but then
Yeah.
they grew large enough. People are like, oh, they do this wrong and they do that wrong. But then again, people like to hate on Gray Fox too. So really, you can
Yeah.
equate both of them.
Right.
These days, I gotta hate on you, Lance. I'm waiting for you to put out a shitty Kickstarter. I'm waiting with bated breath.
No, we earn our hate, baby. So
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
I'm good. I'm glad. We absolutely earn every stitch of hate. There is. I will say this, and I'm going to say, and from the bottom of my heart, there is nothing that I look forward to more than when I am able to post on a Kickstarter. It's like, now the fulfillment has been completed, we will no longer be monitoring this page. If you have any questions about this game or your pledge, you will need to email. Please go to the contact us page at greyfoxgames.com. And it's like, if you basically, so if you want to come out here and comment and say anything, nobody's going to look at it. We're not going to look at it. We're not even going to think about staring at it, but go ahead, feel free. Do it like crazy. And there's nothing I love more than posting that, because it's just one less thing I have. And not that, and if somebody wants to email me, I'll handle it. That's fine. You email me, cool, let's do this, but it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna engage. I'm not gonna, it's just, well, I answer every single damn email. I'll say that. Can I say there's something that really pissed me off, actually, is that I got an email. No, I saw a comment after I posted the Kickstarter that just said, email me if you have any problems. I answer every email I get. And somebody quoted, you answer every email you get. I'm still waiting for a response 14 days later. So I said, oh, well, people make mistakes, technically I didn't say I answer every email I get within 24 hours or anything. I just said I answer email I get. So I went and I looked for this guy, looked for his email, pulled it up in my email. Oh, I see you emailed me on this day, like 14 days ago. I responded to you in less than an hour, giving you the answer you wanted. You responded to me about 2 hours later, asking me another question. I responded back to you again in less than an hour saying, there's no way that I can handle this request until like this other thing happens. I'm being vague, I apologize, which isn't going to happen for another month to a month and a half from now. Once that happens, we'll be able to revisit this and we'll be able to take care of your requests. And then he responded back to me in an email and said, it's like, just basically like, something along the lines of, that seems like a long time. I don't think I should have to wait that long. And like he responded like a day later, he responded that back. And I was just like, well, I don't know what to say to that. It's just like, I'm sorry, but I can't do anything. I can't. So I didn't respond to that email. And then he's saying 14 days later, you didn't respond to my email. Yes, I did. You didn't even ask me a question in the last email you sent me. You just said, I don't really like the fact that I have to wait a month and a half. Okay, that's not a question. That's not a request for anything. I answered like 2 or 3 emails to this guy, and he's blasting me on a comments page saying I don't respond to emails. It's like, oh.
Yep. I am looking forward to the day of being done with like Board Game Co, like the retail operation, because customers are the best. But like you have these people like it's always the same people. No, today's was fine. Today's was fine. That person's completely in the right. That person, yeah. They're completely in the right. It wasn't like, they could have waited a few more days.
No, yeah,
but like,
later
they
on,
had
they were nice about it. Yeah.
No, but that was just because we have a customer service rep who's basically putting in like an hour a day to deal with all the issues, which is a problem. But there are people who have legitimate complaints, and those people from today until tomorrow, I will support them. It is what it is. But then you'll have the other people who are just so annoyingly aggressive, who will email you. Like, I'll have people who will like email us like 3 times in a day, then try to message me on my personal Facebook account, then try to like call 3 different numbers because they couldn't wait 24 hours. And like I had this one person like 2 months ago who tried that. And so like I replied to the first thing, then they replied back, and they kept on doing it. And I was like, you know what? I'm done. If you can't deal with patience, I'm just going to ignore you. They proceeded to email me 3 times a day for the next 3 months before giving up. I was like, wow, you're persistent. Like, good for you.
Sorry, Alex.
It's the nature of customer service. You have a lot of people who are a pleasure to deal with. You'll have a few people who have legitimate complaints, and then you'll have a few a-holes. Yeah.
Yeah. It's customer service and stuff. I mean,
Let's be honest. I think we've been all three of those at one point.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah.
as much as I try, and
I will say this. Yes, when
I like how you paused there
Because he had to think about what he was going to say about himself.
so like perfect example when American Airlines
Here we go.
fucked up and didn't get their plane in the air long enough, and I missed my connection in Chicago, and they basically said, "Yeah, we don't got any more flights for you. Sorry." And I was like, "You made this mistake, not me. You need to fucking fix this." And this guy was just looking at me like, it was just basically looking at me like typing, "There's no more flights." And I was like, "You motherfucker." And I was just like, and I was so, and the thing was, it was like, I found out later that the guy was actually wrong. And like, and I remember I basically, cause like there are options. Like if you actually call American Airlines customer service and you say, "Look, you guys didn't get me to my connection in time. I missed a flight. You need to find me another flight with another airline." They have things like that set up. And so they found me, yeah, there's a United flight leaving in 3 hours that you can get on. They have open spaces, and they basically, and because they trade those spots back and forth. It's just airlines help each other out. And so it was just kind of like one of those things where it's like, well, why did this guy help me? At the thing. And I mean, I literally if murder was on my mind, as this guy was just, and it wasn't his fault. I mean, he didn't fly the plane. He didn't have anything to do with it, but he was probably having a bad day. He probably just wasn't in the spirit of like, "Hey man, I understand." That's the biggest thing is tone is like exactly what you absolutely positively have to have when somebody has a problem. If somebody comes up to like a customer help desk and they're like, "You guys screwed this up," and you go, "Hey, let's take a look at this. Let's see what we can do. Let's try to figure this out. You and me. I'm here. Let's get an answer for you."
Just thinking of
that's a lot better than,
yeah.
But if you have somebody that was just like, "Hey, it's we'll see what we can do, but really, this isn't really my fault or my problem." You're just like, "What?" Just like.
That moment from Friends, that woman who's like at the panel, she's like, "How long do you think it'll be?" "Any minute now." If you ever watched that Friends like episode, like the worst customer service person ever, a nurse.
"Hey, buddy. Good night."
Good night, buddy.
It's all
my 9-year-old's going to bed.
I figured it was him.
Yeah.
It's 11:30.
Yeah, he starts school in like next week, so we
That's
gotta get
late.
No, like if we let him, he'd stay up until 2-3 in the morning. Like he's a complete night owl like his dad.
Yeah.
Customer service is all about empathy.
Yeah. Even if you can't do anything, you just gotta be like, "That sucks. I'm sorry."
Yeah.
If I know that you're empathizing with me, I am gonna take whatever you give me and swallow it and not give you one hard minute any step of the way.
For me, it's just it's and then every once in a while, then sometimes you just get there's a line.
I saw a great cartoon strip of somebody. The first panel is like somebody saying, "When people tell you their problems, they don't actually want solutions. They just want your empathy." And the next panel is, "Wow, we made a real mistake hiring you as our IT guy." And the third panel is, "That must be really hard for you."
I dealt with customer service briefly, thank God. But part of it was at the hoagie hub making the hoagies, and food brings out the worst in people. It really does. And then with SEPTA, we went on strike with clockwork with this new contracts, and the public didn't really take to that too kindly. And being that I was a cleaner or a mechanic at the time, there were times I had to go on the train while it was on the line, and that was not fun. After the first time I learned to take a rain jacket with me.
Jeez.
So there's a line.
We're gonna play initials or what?
Yeah. But Alex was here and he was talking, so I was gonna let him.
He seems to have moved on.
It's all good. I'm still here. I'm just while I set up, I'll stick around, but you can start. I'll just disappear at some point.
Well, you can try to chime in. We have our adjudicator of reality, Kabuki Kid, in the house. We also have Paul Tompkins keeping score. And then if you can't see it,
Oh, there we go. BC.
yeah, like the old comic strip with the cavemen.
BC.
Anybody else remember that old comic strip?
I totally do.
Cavemen?
Do you remember the I remember the Quest for Tires video game?
Oh, I love that game. That was so good.
You could get it on the Naboo. You remember that? Did you ever have that system? It was like a subscription video game system where you would download the video games through your television. This is back in the 80s.
That's why I remember the Buck Rogers one or whatever that was, where you had the VHS thing. Who was that? There was like a VHS thing, and you had a gun, and the TV screen would pick up when you interact. That was
Captain Power.
Was it Captain Power?
Yeah.
Okay.
With the guys that had the glowing chests and stuff.
Yeah, you have to like shoot them.
Yeah, that was Captain Power. They might have had a Buck Rogers one too, but
I think they did.
I had the gun.
Rogers.
Duck Dodgers in the 24th and a half century.
Oh, Daffy.
Yes. All right, here we go.
I'm trying to figure out what game he's setting up over there.
Mystic Mischief
Mystic.
Ooh, that looks nice.
is a very good game.
Pardon me.
All right, BC, I'm ready.
All right, here we go. Here we go. Once decrypted German intelligence codes.
Matt. Benedict Cumberbatch.
Got it in one, Matthew Paquette.
Beat me to it, Matt. I just watched that the other day.
Yeah, was a genetically engineered superhuman in 2013. Was a neurosurgeon named Steven. Guarded a gigantic treasure through performance capture when he was Smog. Is the voice of the iconic Dr. Seuss character, and played the lead in the British show Sherlock.
You know what his fans are called?
Cumber bitches.
Cumber bitches.
That's where I got that from.
Yeah.
Really? I was just guessing.
Yep.
All right, that's cool. All right, number 2. Here we go. Was a narrator on 2003's recording of Peter and the Wolf.
Oh.
Released My Life in 2004. Known for playing a woodwind instrument. Former Times Man of the Year. The Big Dog or Bubba? Temporarily lived. Matthew.
Bill Clinton?
Bill Clinton is correct.
Jeez.
Bubba,
I forgot about that.
Temporarily lived at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Matthew needs Aldi here to be.
That's my foil.
Yeah.
You need a spoiler, man.
There's
Grant. Hey, there he is, Grant. Well, wait, Grant. We're doing initials.
Grant totally would have got Bill Clinton before I did.
Yeah, he would have. We'll give it to him then. Grant won. Matthew won.
Done.
It's BC. If you didn't know, Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton.
Yeah.
I love your glasses, dude. Those are awesome.
Thanks, dude. I appreciate it.
All right, here we go. Clue number 1. Then I got questions for you. I want to ask you some questions.
Want to ask me questions?
Yeah, I want to ask you questions. Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, so all right, here we go. Clue number 1. Connected to a Saturday morning cartoon.
Forrest. No
Go for it. The Cause. You are correct, sir.
Hey. That was quick.
Yeah.
Was an OBGYN connected to himself.
How many have you done?
The Huxtable.
That's the third
That's
one.
3.
Helped market a freezer section classic, the Puddin' Pops. I haven't seen Puddin' Pops in forever. Known for sweaters, iconic stand-up comedian,
Not anymore.
and convicted sex offender.
Yeah, I don't feel like sweaters is his.
Yeah, that's not his thing
calling
anymore.
card now.
No.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Number
You
one.
have sex with one goat.
Aha! you drug and rape 3 dozen women.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
that's yeah, just ugh.
Exactly.
All right, number one. Norm Macdonald's bit, and not he was like, he said, Patton Oswalt, he was talking to Jerry Seinfeld, Patton Oswalt said, it's like, the hypocrisy. The hypocrisy was what really, but Bill Cosby was really the worst. He was telling me it was the worst thing was the hypocrisy. And I disagree with him. But Jerry's like, really? Yeah, I think it was the rape. I think it was the rape was the worst part.
He's got a point.
Yes.
Here we go. Clue number one. Seen on Hollywood Square's All-Star Secrets and $20,000 Pyramid.
Me and Forrest are out. So was Alex.
A catchphrase of his was once a media sensation.
Barry. Billy Crystal.
Billy Crystal. Yes, you are correct. Well done.
Nice.
What was it? What was his catchphrase?
I'm trying to remember which one.
Pecan bite. I don't know.
No.
Well, I know he had the thing. I hate it when that happens.
Yeah.
Oh.
You take a beef thermometer and you put it right in your ear. I hate it.
And you just grab a ball peen hammer, and you just like hit it over and over. Like, I hate it when that happens.
I gotta tell you, City Slicker still stands the test of time. Watched that a couple months ago.
Did you? I haven't seen that.
Rest in peace, Bruno Kirby. Rest in peace,
Yeah.
and Carrie Fisher, for that matter. People forget that Carrie Fisher's in that.
And Jack
She plays his wife,
And
right?
Jack Palance, yeah.
Well, I mean, Jack Palance was 90 during that movie. I mean, so
I can still do one-arm push-ups.
Wasn't the catchphrase after Sammy Davis Jr.? It's marvelous, baby, or something like that.
Yeah, you look marvelous.
You look
yeah.
Yeah, that's what it was.
It is better to look good than to feel good.
Feel good, yeah. That was Hernando's
Hernandez
corner or something
Hideaway.
like that.
Yeah, yeah. You look marvelous. Okay, here we go. An American B-24 bomber aircraft in World War II.
Oh,
Was adopted as an anarchist symbol. Temporarily atop the Billboard Hot 100 in 1990. Is the name of a Chinese fireworks company. Forrest.
Black Cat.
Black Cat is
Oh, wow.
correct. And I will just say this. The Black Cat in the Spider-Man comics in the 1980s, Felicia Hardy. I mean, they knew how to draw an attractive woman with an outline.
That was your cartoon crush.
Yeah, that would be my comic book crush. I thought she was, and I really liked it when like she was the. There was a good story arc with her too, where Spider-Man didn't want her to like travel with because she didn't have powers, and so he was always worried that she'd get hurt, and so she actually like went to the Kingpin, and they did all these things to basically all these tests, and like they gave her powers. They gave her like a jinxing power or something like that. So like, bad luck would happen to people who are attacking her. But it was good. It was, and then Spider-Man actually got really upset with her because she went to the Kingpin for the help. And then he thought that was really foolhardy. And he realized that like he endangered her life by being involved with her and he had to break up with her. So it was a good, like good story arc. Anyway, clue number one. Often lives alone. Often executes an ambush at night. Generally brown, gray, or
Brand?
cream. Yep, go.
Bobcat?
Eh.
Okay.
Yes.
I like where your head was at, though. Can be found in North America, South America, Central America, and the Caribbean.
Matt?
Boa
constrictor?
Boa constrictor is correct.
Jeez.
Do you know that they can grow to be over 12 feet long? Did you know that Florida has a yearly, like, basically bounty, like go into the Everglades and kill boa constrictors because they're like, they're an infested species or whatever.
Oh,
And it's like, it just, if you don't know what you're doing, you don't ever find them. Like it's like there's only like a few that ever really come back with them. It's like, I guess it's really tough to hunt them and find them or whatever. I know. Whenever I played Red Dead Redemption, I was able to find those snakes pretty easy. That's just me. All right, here we go. Clue number 1. Could be seen in a garden. Often seen battling magic. Features a pipe, bowler hat, and cane. Grant.
Benedict Cumberbatch.
And we should have Benedict Cumberbatch was an earlier one. So
Oh well, that's
scraped from
that's
the
bullshit.
I will allow you to keep playing because you didn't know that you are not out. I will say that there you go. Their apparel was highlighted in the 1992 music video for House of Pain's Jump Around, Jump Around, Jump Up, and Get Down.
Sure. What the fuck were they wearing?
Oh, Evan?
Connected, Evan.
Was that Bad Company?
All
right.
Number 5. Connected to a bird. Final clue. Iconic green professional basketball team. Matthew.
Damn it.
Boston Celtics?
Yeah.
Boston Celtics is correct. Yes. See,
Celtics.
connected to a bird. Larry Bird. Get it? Larry Bird.
It's
Often
Boston
seen battling
Celtics,
Magic, the
Lance.
Orlando Magic.
I thought that.
The bowler was like the
I'm
mascot?
pretty sure they were battling Magic Johnson, not the Orlando Magic.
Yeah.
The Celtics and the Lakers had a big rivalry.
I believe it's Celtics.
The Celts are the Irish and the Germans. They're not the Celtics, which are a basketball team.
I think it's the Celtics. I'm pretty sure all of you are wrong and I'm right.
Okay.
The
I don't know my history.
All right. Oh, and I should tell you, I forgot, Grant, Bill Clinton is already off the table as well.
Yeah.
So
was Jump Around, was that House of Pain? Who was that?
Yeah, House Pain.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
This has to be before you
Bad
went
Company
off.
was a musical
stand
group.
Yeah, they sound like the
Bad
Beatles.
Company.
All right,
Till
all
the
right.
day I die. Bad Company. Okay.
All right.
Was
It's all right now, Gavin. It's all right now.
was bipolar in 2012. Was Sack in 2005.
Sacked.
Was Phil in 2009, 2011, and 2013.
Oh shit. Forrest. Bradley Cooper.
Bradley Cooper is correct. He was the Sack in The Wedding Crashers in 2005.
Oh, dang.
And then the bipolar was I forget the movie.
Silver
Good
Linings
movie.
Playbook.
Really
Linings
good movie.
Playbook.
Yeah, Silver Linings Playbook.
All right.
Yep,
How many
good
more do
movie.
we got? I haven't got my one yet. I need to get my one.
Connected to a raccoon, part of the A-Team. played Chris Kyle in 2014's American Sniper. All right, Forrest and Matt tied. All right, here, clue number 1. Over 30 years old. Connected to Shermer, Illinois. Involved a champion wrestler named Andrew Clark. Rick Moranis was originally cast to be the janitor. Connected to Simple Minds.
Matt.
Oh, Evan. Oh, it was Matt first.
Breakfast Club.
Yeah.
Yep. There you go.
Don't you?
Well done.
Yep.
Don't you
Oh, good.
forget about me.
I just watched Pitch Perfect, and that was
Oh yeah.
an appearance in
Would
that
you
movie.
recognize me? Walk on
Go my
by.
ways, don't recognize.
Say my name. Rain keeps falling. Rain
We
keeps
just
falling down.
do this the rest of the night.
Down.
It's so
We need
good.
Barry to get on.
It's so good. Hey, hey,
Yeah,
hey,
once you hear it though, it just
Who was Rick Moranis originally cast as?
the janitor.
That's awesome. He would have been good.
He would've been-
I
The
love
guy
that
got was
scene
really
where
good
he's.
too,
I love that scene where the janitor like basically tells him, he's like, these kids turned on me. No, they didn't turn on you. You just changed. He's like, you thought being a teacher would be fun. You get 3 months off, then you found out it was work, and that really pissed you off. Just like, here we go.
It's gonna be in my brain. For
Its
like a week now.
motto is ever to excel. Connected to the Eagles. Established in 1863. Roman Catholic. Maroon and gold. Atlanta Falcons quarterback Matt Ryan played for this school.
Grant.
Go.
Boston
Grant.
College.
Damn it. Yeah.
Boston College.
Yeah.
There you go.
Sports ball. Sports ball. I never know those.
We got 4 left. 4
Uh,
left, meaning it is still technically anybody's game.
I'm coming back.
It's still
Okay.
anybody's game. Here we go. Its motto is splendor without diminishment. Includes Victoria.
Evan, British Columbia.
British Columbia is correct, Evan. Where were you on that one, Matthew?
you're Canadian.
Where were you on that one, Matthew? You did the motto of splendor without diminishment.
No
You didn't
provincial
give it
mottos
away.
other than Ontario and
That
Quebec.
sounds like a Canadian thing.
Wait, what's Ontario's provincial motto?
Well, it used to be yours to discover, but I think it's keep it beautiful now.
It used to be. What are you talking about?
And I know Quebec because we're on the border, so it's like Je me souviens is what Quebec is, which is I remember.
I remember. Yeah.
There you go. Number 1. Once dubbed the dentist to the stars. Was a Russian Siberian tiger in 2012. Was once Larry David's therapist. Connected to the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. from 2000 to 2006, played Hal on a Fox sitcom.
Grant?
Of course.
Oh,
Grant.
Bryan Cranston?
Bryan
Oh,
Cranston
yeah.
is correct.
yeah.
What was the
It
dentist
was,
one?
I have no idea. I'm sure it was like some weird cameo role or something and something.
Yeah.
I don't know. You'd have to Google it. But I know that he played like the computer or whatever, the big giant talking head on the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers movie.
I didn't
Oh,
know
did
that.
he?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
All right, we got 2 left, gentlemen. 2 left. Here we go. Number 1. Occurs on a flat space. Includes metal. Uses electricity. Often involves pileups. Most often has 1 or 2 riders.
Matt?
5.
Bumper cars?
Bumper cars is accurate.
Wow.
Well done.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
Found at carnivals and theme parks.
Mm.
I think with that, Matthew
Yeah.
has 1, but we will
Nope.
still do the last one just for funskies.
He got -1 for the Canada question, I think.
Yeah, okay, yeah. He did get the -1 for not getting Canada.
They already
yes,
gave one of my answers to Grant. Come on.
So Grant can tie. Grant can tie if it's possible.
Wow.
Grant or Forrest can tie. Sorry. Grant and Forrest.
win.
I'm still in.
So here we go.
I can still win this.
Number
Yeah,
1.
Yeah, you and me both.
Yeah. Well, okay. If Barry ever get it, it's worth 10 points, so they win. Here we go.
Perfect.
Clue number 1. Grew up in Utah.
Oh, it's a small question.
His name was Robert Leroy Parker. His partner was Harry Alonzo Longabaugh. Was part of the Wild Bunch. Was
Barry.
played Barry.
Butch Cassidy.
Butch Cassidy is correct. With 10 points, Barry is the winner. Yeah, was played by Paul Newman in a 1969
That's
film. And
fair.
if you haven't seen Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, I strongly suggest you do. It is a very, very good movie.
My grade 7 English teacher showed us that movie.
Did she?
I'm
Never
not
seen
sure
it.
why.
His English teacher
There's,
get bored.
She was awesome. This English teacher.
I love the moment where they have to escape from like basically the posse coming to
See
kill
it.
them, and
Oh, there
I
we
love
go.
they're gonna have
his
to
weak
jump off
internet
the
tonight.
cliff. And he tells them, they're gonna have to jump, and he says, I can't. God, what is wrong with my internet tonight?
Oh,
You've been spotty a lot.
How do you feel being a second behind?
Very chappy.
Yeah, it's just so weird. Nobody else is using my internet right now.
Hey, Matt, you play guitar?
I do.
Nice.
Since
I
was,
tried.
13, 12.
Really?
Yeah. I see the guitar on one side and the amp on the other side.
Yeah.
I
pulled
tried
it
when
a
I
little bit.
was.
You can see stuff now. My acoustic is somewhere.
I tried when I was younger, and I flew out to Kansas to visit my brother when he was in the army with my acoustic guitar as I was trying to learn. And he just saw the guitar strapped to me when I got out of the airport. He just called me Slash from then on.
Yeah.
But my grandmother misheard him and would call me Crash. Right.
So that was your nickname?
Yeah.
Crash.
I still use Slash.
Pretty cool.
I was actually
Pretty
looking
cool.
for guitar t-shirts tonight as we were on our stream.
Nice.
You wanted a T-shirt for your guitar?
Yeah. Well, you know,
What,
it's
you put
cold.
it over the neck.
One of my high school friends posted a picture. He had an Ernie Ball t-shirt on. I'm like, oh, I need some guitar t-shirts.
Right.
So Grant, this is the question I wanted to ask you.
Okay.
Have you ever considered and have you done a thing where it's like, you know what? I should probably go back to like my very first tweets I ever did and make sure I didn't say anything that could be construed as like offensive, that if like somebody wanted to look up and dig into my past and find to like report me or like screenshot me or anything like that.
I haven't done that. I mean, I probably should. There is nothing that comes to mind, like, because I'm not a racist or a sexist person, hopefully. Obviously, we all have stuff to learn on those fronts, but I try to treat people well. So I haven't felt an immediate need to do it. But, you know, I think that's probably smart for anybody to do in the public space, you know? And I will say, speaking from my own perspective, but often I could see this be applicable to other people, is sometimes I think a tweet from 10 years ago says less about the person's opinions on a particular issue and more about their experimentation with comedy and trying to figure out their voice, right? Oh, am I gonna be a guy that's like pushing the edge or whatever? And you know, I think those oftentimes some of those tweets fail at that, right? Because it's like, oh, I'm trying to be, and it's like, no, that was just not funny and offensive. But sometimes I wonder if maybe those people, not that I'm trying to defend them at all, but I think maybe that particular instance, if we're just taking that in a vacuum, says more about their like lack of comedic ability than it does about their opinions. You know?
They're not racist. They just suck.
Well, I'm not saying that they're not racist because it, you know, and obviously also if someone has tweeted a bunch of that stuff, then yeah, they're probably racist. But if it's like one tweet where it's like, okay, I remember one time I tweeted and I just tweeted it real fast and people were upset and it wasn't my intention at all. I was actually trying to be serious, but the wording I used made it seem like a bad joke. It was when the Boston Marathon bombing happened.
Yeah.
And I tweeted like, Jesus Christ, it's already hard enough to finish a marathon. Something like that.
It worked out for us.
Yeah.
I'd retweet. Well, I wouldn't retweet it, but I'd laugh. I'd heart it.
But I was upset and I was like literally like, Jesus Christ, like,
yeah,
hard enough to run 26 miles. We don't need to make it harder.
But that's your mind. That's your comedic mind.
Yeah.
Interwoven into your everyday speech anyway. That's just the way you think.
Yeah. And it was like very soon afterwards, and people were like, hey man, this is in poor taste. And I literally was like, oh, I wasn't trying to be funny here. I would like, okay, yeah, but and then I deleted that one, you know, because I obviously wasn't trying to like hurt anybody. But
yeah.
Why, have you looked through my tweets, Lance?
No, not at all. Not at all. I just is one of those things where it's like,
we're sitting on,
you know, I mean, you obviously have a following and things like that, but I mean, like, but the more of a following you get, you garner, which I am certain that you will do, the more following you get, and the larger you get, the more chance somebody's gonna like, you know, hey, you know, I'm just gonna see if this
anybody who you know, gets popular is gonna have that happen to them. You know, sometimes I think sometimes these people deserve to be canceled, and sometimes we're making mountains out of molehills. I just remember when Melissa Villaseñor got on the SNL and people like found some. I can't even remember what the tweets were, but I'm telling you, I know Melissa and have for a long time. There could not be a nicer person in like comedy and in the entertainment
Just
business.
seems really nice. Yeah.
She's very, very nice. And
So I'm not familiar with Melissa in comedy. Who is this person?
she's on Saturday Night Live right now.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
I mean, she and I knew her when we were 24 years old doing open mics. You know what I mean?
Wait, is she coming under fire for something right now?
No, not right now. When she first got onto Saturday Night Live, when she first got hired, and you know, I think some of it is like she is Latinx woman, and she does not look like that very much, and so yeah, maybe.
Wait, what's Latinx?
It's the more appropriate term than Latino or Latina. A lot of that community prefers Latinx now.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So
Seeing that, but I would, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. So I don't remember. I mean, the Melissa Villaseñor one didn't stick. I just remember seeing that and being like, oh, come on. I mean, this lady is so nice to everybody.
How
Well,
do you think we got to that as a society? Like I was saying earlier, public opinion could be real damaging, you know, if in the wrong context, which I don't think the particular case we're talking about is, but
right. I think it's just a function of this type of exposure is so new, culturally speaking.
Yeah,
that
10 years?
That we're still like adolescent with it, right? Like we don't understand, you know, it's difficult to contextualize something that you don't have a lot of experience with. And so it's very easy to react to things when taken out of context.
Yeah.
And I think it's a function of just, you know, we're learning how this stuff works and what it might mean about a person or what it might not mean about a person, or, you know, those sorts of things. And, you know, sometimes it's going to be right on the money and you're going to be like, yep, that person's a creep show, you know, and other times it's going to be maybe a little misleading and maybe not quite characteristic of that person, you know.
Yeah.
I think we're learning, you know, like 50, 100 years from now, like it'll be a different, you know, interaction with that type of information.
Well, now it's totally different than a century ago.
Yeah.
Totally different.
Yeah.
Oh, great. My wife had a question for you.
Okay.
She said, next time you put your thinking cap on, could you put a long red feather in it and yodel?
And yodel?
Yeah. She watched that video you put out today or yesterday. I forget which right.
Oh, that's funny. Oh, the hat that I was wearing in the video. Yeah. That's funny. Yeah, I made a dumb video with a dumb hat today.
Sounds on par. That sounds about
right. Yep, a lot of them are pretty dumb.
He enjoys that kind of humor.
I wore a dumb hat today.
Well, if that's the worst thing you did in a day, that's a pretty good day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, you know, movie magic, I didn't actually wear that hat today. That was from a few days ago.
You're kidding.
Yeah.
Unsubscribed.
No.
She also said,
I feel cheated.
How she put it? I want to touch that luscious stash again. She said it before, and I can't remember exactly how she put it.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty ridiculous.
Probably get that a lot.
Well, man, I gotta tell you, I had a drunk guy in San Francisco. This would not have even been acceptable before COVID, but especially not in the era of COVID. Came up to me after the show and walked up to me drunk and was like, "I'm gonna touch it," and I didn't know what was happening too quick, and he literally went boop and like booped me right in the mustache, and I was like, "Get the fuck out of here! What are you doing, you maniac? You can't touch my-" You know?
The power of alcohol.
It actually sounds like something Jen would do.
Yeah, not about it.
She does it with the cat all the time. She tells him and then does it.
Yeah. Was that your only question, Lance? Was that?
Well, I just I mean, it's one of those things where
If you were a bagel, what kind
No,
of cream? All right.
I
Cheese.
mean, how are your bookings going? I mean, I remember you said that you're starting.
They're happening, but it's slow right now.
Yeah.
So
Is
Well,
this
God, I'm glad
Delta
it's
thing
happening.
slowing it down?
I'll be
You
headlining
think-
a comedy club in St.
nice.
Paul, Minneapolis, St. Paul, Minnesota.
Is there more
When?
than one comedy club?
Not in St. Paul. There is in Minneapolis.
Okay.
When?
September 24th and 25th.
Really?
Yep.
What's
don't think
the
it'd
what's the place?
you would
What's
like
the
Called the Camp Bar Comedy Club.
Camp Bar Comedy Club?
Oh, I
And
thought-
if you want to see, I will be doing my board game comedy hour for one of the first times at Game Center in Minneapolis on Saturday at 2 p.m. Saturday, September 25th. At
Oh,
2
Lance, you gotta
p.m.,
go.
I will be doing my board game comedy hour, and I will also be doing the board game comedy hour on Friday, September 10th at the Connecticut Festival of Indie Gaming.
Oh, that'll
So
be fun.
these will be-
Wait, what's this place what's in St. Paul? What's this place called?
Camp
The
Bar
gate-
Camp Bar Comedy
No,
Club.
no, Camp Bar Comedy Club. I found that, but what's the
The Gamester.
game
Game-
store?
Game Center. It's Fantasy Flight's old facility. You know, their game center.
Oh,
Right at that big
right.
game center. So now it is
Right.
called Game Center.
Games like GAMES.
GAMEZENTER. Game, or maybe there's an S. I
Yeah,
don't.
who bought that? Who-
No, Game Center in Roseville.
Yeah, which is a suburb of Minneapolis.
Yeah, I know. I know. I live
He
closer
knows.
there than you do.
Yeah.
Let me see
Grant, when
here.
you do meet Lance, do me a favor, just slap him. Right across, just once.
No, I'm serious. Let me look at this. News. Upcoming events.
Where'd you
all
say
events.
Connecticut? Was that the second one you said?
Yeah. September 10th, I'm doing it in Connecticut.
It's all too far for me.
Well, these are just the first ones. I'm trying to build the show. and
Yeah,
then-
Not saying if it was a little
Do
close.
you
That's-
do you,
that's
do you have to
about
buy
4
tickets
hours,
for
I
your
think.
for either of these things or?
Well, Connecticut one is at a festival, so you'd have to have a festival pass. The Game Center one, yes, tickets will be $10.
Well, I'm looking and it says here that it's just Friday open gaming on the 24th.
It is on the 25th at 2 p.m. and it is not on the website yet.
Yes, I just know.
Just got booked.
But
Yeah.
but
Nice.
just so you know, you're going to be trying to combat against their weekly Twilight Imperium meetup.
Yeah.
So
Ooh.
you're going to be you're going to have
Not-
quite the
There's some
contest.
stiff competition.
Not everybody can play Twilight Imperium at once. Okay.
So
And then so that's
And then I've
that's
seen this guy live, and it was well worth the $10. By the way, for anybody who's
Thank
thinking
you.
about going.
Only 10?
And then what the camp
And you can stash boop him after the show.
camp
Is your 15?
comedy club?
Camp Bar Comedy Club in St. Paul.
Is that
I'm gonna do
KAMP
it.
or CAMP?
CAMP.
Yeah, Camp Bar Comedy Club, St. Paul. You got to buy tickets for that too.
I guess maybe they call it Laugh Camp Comedy Club.
Laugh Camp Comedy Club, 33 Google reviews.
Oh,
Ooh.
1 star, was good until recent booking.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see here. Let's go to events. Are you will call something?
So,
Still
while Lance
looking.
is looking at that, I gotta
Well-
say, I'm scrolling through all the upcoming Kickstarters, and I think I found my favorite of the year. It's called Sin Pit: The Erection of the Golden Nipple, the twisted dungeon crawler in the depths of hell, from a
Oh my
company in
gosh.
Spain, with minis, with absolutely bizarre looking minis.
Yeah,
Like there's like a butterfly with giant breasts.
yeah.
I am
mean,
so covering this one.
It had to happen at some point, right?
Yeah.
Well,
Somebody
with
had
a
to make
great
that game.
name like the erection of the golden nipple. It's amazing that no one's taken it. Like I gotta feel like that was probably the next Dominion expansion.
Right. Oh my gosh.
Honestly,
They
it
scooped
sounds like a
maybe.
Lost Ruins of Arnak expansion.
Yeah, you're not listed. Your is not listed because they only have their website only has it listed out until September 17th.
Yeah. I mean,
That's a good
yeah.
But I will I'm gonna try to convince I'm gonna convince my wife that it'd be a cool it would be super cool if we would go it's a 3-hour drive, but that'd be cool. Go there, pay $10, get to meet you finally
Heck
Yeah.
in the flesh.
I mean, I will come
Enjoy-
to Fargo at some point. I don't know when, but just I don't
Well,
want you to feel like you
you know.
have to go all the way.
I certainly hope you'll come over to the house and play a game with me or something.
I would love to.
Oh yeah, hey,
Don't you
Grant,
have cast wings?
I had an idea to run by you too. We were talking about collaborating at Gen Con.
Yeah.
We're gonna do hopefully a live stream at the end of every day, like sometime in the evening, covering just like Gen Con and what you saw and what you did. And I don't know, maybe be interested in that.
Yeah, I would totally do that. I might have to do it a little bit later. Because I actually,
I don't
yeah,
know.
I have a couple of shows actually while I'm there too.
Nice.
Hey.
I'll be at Helium Comedy Club on Thursday night at like 8:30, I think that show is. So I don't know if you want to do it at like either doing it at something like a 6 p.m. or like a 11 p.m. or
Yeah.
something like that. I don't know what would work for you.
Okay. Yeah, I'll look forward to. Well, I'll shoot you a message.
Yeah, I would be happy to do it. I also, if that timing doesn't work for you, don't feel obligated to schedule your thing around me.
Oh, no worries.
But
Are you doing any of the comedy bit, the board game comedy while you're at Gen Con?
no, I did not want to do it at Gen Con. I would like to save something big like that for when the show's more polished.
Fresh eyes. Got it. You want to do it for those bum fucks in Minnesota?
Well,
yeah. Name lands.
just those types of things like in Minnesota where I'm like expecting 20 or 30 people to come out to that. So it's like lower pressure to kind of build the show up. Unfortunately, with comedy, there's no way you can figure it out without a live audience.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was curious, Grant, are you going to like board game clubs to do your practice material or?
Well, so my plan is right now to when I'm in a city to doing my regular stand-up, do like a single night or a single show at a board game type of place.
Right.
And use those sort of one-off shows to kind of build out the show, to figure it out a bit.
Yeah.
And then in 2022, do a full tour of board game cafe.
Yeah. Have an hour.
Okay.
Yeah, and do that all over and pick a bunch of different cities and stuff like that. And then from there, then take that more polished show to the Gen Cons and the Origins and the bigger ones.
Right.
Yeah.
So and then eventually shoot a special for it.
Yeah. That's awesome, man.
So
It is.
I'm starting to do it. You know, I mean, hopefully people
who has a fire alarm going off in the background?
that's outside my house. I think that's somebody reversing.
Oh, okay.
Truck.
Yeah. So
Did you ever see that? You ever hear that Stephen Wright bit where he talked about how he had the tape of the sound of a truck reversing or whatever?
no.
And so he says he's like, you know, I can't do the Stephen Wright deadpan, but he's like, you know, I used to love the noise or whatever the trucks made, so I got it for my car, and I'd roll down all my windows, and then whenever I would put my car into reverse, I would play that tape, you know, super loud out my windows, and it's just like people would look and turn around, look, and then one day I was driving and I saw a hitchhiker, and I said I'd get him, and he said I got too far past him, so I started backing up, and I made sure I played the music, and the guy got into my car and he said, "Oh, I love this song."
Hey man, when you're high enough, that sounds great.
One of my favorite Stephen Wright jokes always was, "The early bird gets the worm, but the second mouse gets the cheese."
The second mouse gets the cheese. Yes, that is a great one. I liked. He said, "I bought a map of the United States, actual size." it had a legend on the side. It said 1 mile equals 1 mile.
Did you?
I spent my summer vacation folding it.
Did you ever get into Hedberg, Lance?
Oh yeah.
'Cause he was a Minnesota guy.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
I'm so mad because a few of my friends went to a trip to Washington State, and I almost went with them. I decided not to, but they were out there and they were at their hotel and they were just bored, and they said, "Let's go get a beer." And they walked around, they found a comedy club, and they went down there, and they said there was this guy and he was just rattling out. He had like a clipboard on stage, and he was just like, I'm testing out my stuff and seeing what's funny or not. And he had a pen, and then he was just rattling the jokes off, and then he was like, okay, that one was good. And they said they were like dying, like they couldn't breathe, they were laughing so hard. And it turned out it was Mitch Hedberg, you know. And I was just like, and they were like, yeah, they wrote his name down on their arm so they'd remember what he was, because he said he was working on an album and they wanted to buy the album. So then as soon as the album came out, they this is back when you had to order it from where they got a copy. And I remember I listened to it, I was like, this guy's hilarious. I was like, and then I never got to see him in concert. I'm kind of mad, but
I'm bummed too. He's the reason one of the main reasons I'm a comedian.
No, he was. I mean, just the whole. What is it? The he saw the duck, so he went into the subway, and he said, "Yeah."
I did not realize that ducks eat for free at Subway.
Yes, he asked for a sandwich. But I just want the bread, but it's for a duck, and they said, "Well, we'll give it to you for free then." Well, I didn't realize ducks. He also wanted a bag of Sun Chips.
You guys ever listen to Mitch?
Oh, I love Mitch.
Oh yeah, Mitch is so good.
I used to do drugs. I still do, but I used to too.
Yeah. An escalator can never be out of order. It just
Can
becomes
only
stairs.
become stairs.
The escalator has become stairs. We apologize for the convenience.
We apologize for the fact that you could still get up there.
Definitely seen that.
Or the he said I was at the last time I was at, because he said he was at the Improv. The last time I was here, I didn't do well, so they added an E to the end. He's like, and then I don't know why I found this one funny, but he said I was in an Improv, and he named some town up there. The letters are like they look like they're made out of gold, and so when they didn't pay me, I took the M because it was the biggest letter, And then he said, I went to the pawn shop and I said, you want to buy a golden M? And they said, no, get out of here. Well, how about a golden W?
Okay, I've definitely seen this guy.
Oh yeah, he's.
I'm looking at his photo right now. I've definitely seen his.
Oh, he's so good.
My friend recently said, "Weather is trippy." I said, maybe it's not the weather that is trippy. Maybe it's society's perception of the weather that makes it seem trippy. And then I realized I should have just said, "Yeah."
Yeah, gone too soon. But the really funny ones are always gone too soon. I mean, like you go down the list of like comedians that I thought were, this is horrible to say, but why couldn't have Bill Cosby died of a cocaine overdose in his 40s or something, and then we wouldn't have never known that he was a horrible human being, and we could have enjoyed his comedy still. Because I think I don't know about a lot of people, but I can remember me and my friends sitting there listening to Bill Cosby albums and just laughing, like could not stop laughing about how funny they were.
Yeah, I mean, he was funny, man. Yeah,
but
we've seen multiple examples of people being good artists and bad people.
Yeah, yeah.
There's so many comedians that were really good that they're dead. Like Sam Kinison, Greg Giraldo, Mitch Hedberg.
Greg Giraldo died.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
like 10 years ago now.
Oh geez.
He was in rehab and his heart gave out.
Oh.
There was not a better roaster than Greg Giraldo. That guy did not have I still to this day, I mean, it was just one of those things where it's like at the why can't I think of Pamela Anderson roast for her pet charity or whatever, and Courtney Love was there, and she was just a mess. She was like a drunk, and she was wandering around and being Courtney Love, and Greg Giraldo got up, and the first thing he said, Courtney Love, it is really hard to believe that Kurt Cobain looks better now than you do. It was just like
I think the last time I saw him on TV, he had cornrows.
Who?
Really?
Giraldo?
Giraldo. It might have been a roast. I don't remember who.
Yeah. No, he was funny.
There's a lot of Patrice O'Neill.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It was like always the same people in like every roast.
Yeah, God. I mean, just Mitch Hedberg though. Just I mean, like I've never had anybody drop like the first time I got exposed to him, my wife just it isn't her type of humor. And then but she's just listening to me and I can't stop laughing. Like if when I stumbled upon a new bit, a new set of his that I hadn't heard already. And I would just I mean like it was you once he kind of hit with you, like he was able to just keep you laughing, like you couldn't not laugh. It was so good. And then when my wife would actually smile and laugh at one of his jokes, she would almost be like upset that she did, because she was like, yeah, I'm sure Courtney Love, you raised the roof because I talk Midwestern. It's the way you learn to talk in the vernacular that you live in. Just people.
You're the first one to make fun of somebody when they say something.
No, I'm not.
Weird.
I am extremely understanding.
What about you guys?
Guys.
Yeah. Use guys.
No, they're a little younger. They're actually Utes.
They're Utes.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good movie. That movie holds up too. I don't know if you've seen that one lately, but that movie holds up.
I haven't seen that in a long time.
Oh, the comedic timing of when he comes by and he's just sitting there like with the bell. He's so tired, just ding, 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 just hitting it over and over again.
And the guy, is that My Cousin Vinny? Is that the name?
Yeah, and the guy finally comes up and he says, yeah, he comes up and he you guys in the chat, you're so funny, you're so hilarious. Anyway, but
What did they say?
No, no, like, and he says, does he goes, does the train always go by at 5 o'clock in the morning? Nope. It usually goes by at 4. You know, just like he just turns around and walks away. He gets when he finally gets held in contempt, and so he has to go to the jail to sleep. And there's like the prison riot going on, and he's just sleeping, super contented. He's just like, oh, he's so happy.
You've got a good memory for that. I don't remember.
Oh God, my cousin Vinny is so good. And
I haven't seen it since like 1980.
Herman Munster. Herman Munster plays Herman Munster. I can't think of the actor offhand, but Herman Munster plays the judge.
Yeah,
Just with that perfect gravelly voice, just like it just sounds like two concrete slabs rubbing up against each other.
yeah.
Good movie. Yeah, I'm trying to think of older movies like that like I can watch again. I can still really enjoy. Did I mention that I watched Aliens? Like the special edition is on Amazon. Like you can watch and if you have a 4K TV, they have the 4K special edition you can watch.
I don't even know what 4K is.
Here's something I watched those movies for the first time during the pandemic, and one of the things I'll say is Alien 3 is like unwatchable because it's when they switched from practical effects to special effects.
Yeah.
It makes me think like just because our special effects have come so it's so much worse and so much less believable than the first two when they used like practical effects. So, you know, nowadays where we have like Marvel movies that are amazing and things like that, but in 20 years, are those going to look
they
like
will.
a joke?
Well, because you're just going to go in, you're going to like, oh, I'm going to watch a movie. Thunk.
Yeah.
And you'll just be like in the movie, just standing there while the stuff happens around you. So,
but I remember I looked up some stuff from, I think Aliens 3 was like mid 90s or something like that. It came out.
Right. Yeah.
Or late 90s, and I looked up some stuff online from them, and some of the stuff was about how amazing the special effects were. Like that was like a bunch of the reviews of the time, and you're like, now I can't. It's like it's so bad.
Well, the best part about the Alien franchise is they only made 2 movies, so you just watch Alien and Aliens, then you're done.
But I think they're like we're getting away from practical effects so much, and I think that they're still
it's a little too far.
Yeah, I mean, like you can still watch Jaws now,
and
that was made almost 50 years ago.
Yeah.
And the reason why that still holds up is because they wanted to have the shark in a lot more of the movie.
I know,
but they couldn't get it to work.
They couldn't get it to work, and it's like that movie's so much better. Like all the fin stuff was stuff they did because of restriction, like not being able to show the shark more.
Yeah,
that's like the iconic stuff.
Why don't you come down here and spoon up some of this shit?
Yeah.
You're gonna need a bigger boat.
That's bigger.
Yeah. I mean, have you played I've played the game Jaws. That's the Ravensburger game. Have you played it? Anybody else?
I have played it a few times.
It's so good.
I did enjoy it. It is very thematic.
It is.
You want somebody who, I will say the last time we played, we let somebody be the shark for the first time for their first game because they really want it to be, and we like caught them in 2 turns, and then you have to play the whole second act knowing that they're like there's no way they're like so far behind at that point, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that was like a problem, like just being like, okay, we still have to play 45 minutes and we know the outcome of this.
Well, no, you don't. I mean, I think at that point you can just say, okay, well, we're gonna pile it in, right? You know, and just say. I mean, that's a good question. Have you ever like had somebody who's just saying, you know, it's like 2-part. You're playing a game. you're not having any fun. Do you feel comfortable in saying, look, this game, I'm just not digging it. If it's all the same with everybody else, I would like to just, step out and you guys can keep playing, or do you soldier through and make it and go through it and continue playing even if you're not gonna have any fun?
I soldier through.
Likewise.
Often,
I have stopped games in the middle, but only when it's like the consensus of the table to like.
Yeah.
It's like,
oh sure,
everybody's
Yeah,
not
I've done
enjoying
that.
this. Yeah, we'll stop. But I feel like if I'm the only one
yeah.
that's not enjoying it, I'll soldier through. I won't ever play it again, but I feel obligated because I'm like, well, that's going to change the whole game for them if they're really liking it.
Yeah.
And it's a 4-player game or 3-player game or whatever, like a 2-player, if it's a party game, who cares? But if it's like a strategic game, there's going to be pretty big differences between player counts.
There might be, yeah. I remember for all the hundreds of times that we play tested after the Empire at like conventions and stuff, there was one person once who, like, I don't know, turned 3 or something. He was like, this game's not for me.
Yeah.
just got up and walked away, and we were
and it's like it's it's expectations too. Like, I'll tell you, do you know Vampire Rivals? Do you know that game?
Yeah.
It's an expandable card game from Renegade right now. It's a 2021 release. And I tried to get it to the table. It is too complicated for me, but I also feel like there is a good game in there. But I maybe didn't set the expectations right. So I went to play it with my game friends, and we were playing it at a 4-player count, and we did not finish it.
Yeah.
And I think some of that was like they weren't ready for that complex of a game right then, and I hadn't played it, so I didn't really understand how complex it was, and so it was kind of like a slog. And I was like looking in the rule book a bunch and stuff because there's just like a lot of moving parts and little rules and stuff.
Yeah.
So
Same experience
with that game you did.
We didn't quit, but yeah,
Yeah.
if you want to invest the time into learning the system, it looks like a cool game, but it's like, if you don't, just completely steer clear. There's no
Yeah. I mean, it feels like almost like a lifestyle game. Like, this is a game that you could play every week and have a great time with it. Once you figure, I know all the intricacies and I know the different factions and all that sort of stuff. But if you're not looking to play it all of the time, it feels like it's too much for anybody that's like, I play my games 8 times and then I move on to another game. Like, then that's not for you.
Yeah. But what about replayability, Grant?
I mean, the replay.
I have said this and I will say it.
One and done.
I will scream this to the top of my lungs off the largest mountain you can find me. Replayability is the most bullshit characteristic that anybody talks about, because yes, there are definitely people out there who will play a game again and again and again and again and again. And there are certain games that I replay over and over again, but that's just because they have proven to me that the gameplay can be still fresh even after repeated plays, and that we can and it's still fun. And most of the time those games are like Battlestar Galactica, where the actual people playing the game make that game fresh and fun and keep it alive. Like, if you somebody's saying, oh yeah, there's multiple paths to victory on this, Cube Pusher Euro version 874-1, and there's so many different paths to victory, and it's it's like it's got tons of replayability. Well, what does that mean? 2 times? 3 times?
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, I love the game Shipyard, I absolutely love it. Somebody came to my house and were like, "You haven't played Shipyard in a long time." I was like, "No, I'll give you $20 for it, yours." Because I'm never gonna play it again because I played it 5 times. If I walk in by somebody and says, "Hey, we're playing Shipyard, do you want to play?" It's by one of my favorite designers ever, like top 3 designers, and I'm like, "Yeah, you can have it because you'll play it." And then at least, and I know you. I know where you live. If I ever want to play it, I can go to your house and play the game if I want to. But it's just, it's stuff like that just doesn't get played. Why do I own Caverna still? I love Caverna, but I played it 3 times. I don't have any burning desire to go and have it hit my table anymore to like send my little dwarves on adventures and do something. It just doesn't happen.
When's the last time you played your Deluxe Orleans?
I
Give
mean,
you $20 for it.
I actually have 2 copies of it. One's still in shrink.
See?
And I have a DLP version of it that that's the one I usually play when I play it.
Well,
I still play
then
Orleans.
I've heard that game's
offload
really
your
fun.
extras.
Oh, it's so good. And it just
Orleans. Well, don't worry. Capstone's going to redo it. So
Are they? Okay.
it flows so well. Just teaching the game. Just
I
Now,
probably
is that
still
one
want.
of the
I probably
ones-
still want the old one.
Is that one of the ones with the colonial themes though?
no, not even a little.
Not really.
Okay.
it doesn't have a theme.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. It's Orleans.
Wait, so Forrest, did you like Vampire Rivals?
No, I think it's. I played it and I was like, okay, it's an okay to good game. I think it could be great if you're willing to invest the time. But no, I didn't like it, and I didn't like the original IP that much either.
Yeah.
So, but pretty much everything you said, like I saw it. It's like, okay, this is solid. Like this isn't a poorly designed game in any way, shape, or form. There's tons of stuff, but it's just we passed around the rule booklet the entire game.
It's
Yeah.
tough.
I
First play experience is tough.
Oh yeah, like look at On Mars. The On Mars,
Yeah.
it's like, hey, we're gonna play this for the first time ever. Well, it's gonna suck, but maybe the second. This is stuff that just drives me fucking crazy, like to no end. And I just for the limited amount of time, the absolute limited amount of time that we have to play any of the games that we actually sit down and actually want to play.
Yeah.
It's like then there's games like On Mars, which thank the gods in heaven that somebody who knew that game in and out taught me the game the first time I ever played it. So I did not have to read a single rule, and they were a good teacher, and I loved it. I loved it, and I've played it twice. And God help me, I ordered the expansion when they had the Kickstarter recently because I was like, yeah, I should probably get an expansion that I may take out of the box at some time.
Yeah.
Put in the original box if
Right.
there's room, and then put it back on my shelf to sell to somebody at some point because that's what I'll end up doing because I know better. And it's just and I was like sitting there and I was like, I still, and I know I've told this story before, but I still to this day remember walking into the convention in like Con of the North room, and I saw those guys cracking open the shrink on Mars at 10 a.m. on a Saturday.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And then I look over at them, and like one guy might as well, he didn't have a face. He just had an On Mars rule book. That's all. He just, while everybody else sat around waiting for them to explain.
Oh
And it's
my
just,
gosh.
and I respect the hell out of people that that make these things, right? And I that make these games. I mean, Vital is an absolute genius. I don't deny that the guy is a master craftsman when it comes to creating a board game, but I'm also like, good Lord. It's just at some point, you just have to be like, no, that's enough. It's just who plays these games? I mean, and not to sit here and pimp Gray Fox, but it's like, it's like, hey, here's After the Empire, and it's like, and I will fully admit, and not to kiss Evan's ass, but I'll fully admit that like everybody's like, hey, this game flows well, it works really well, and then they get to the battling.
Yeah,
they get to the battling, and then all of a sudden there's like, they're trying to shift out of third gear into fourth, and the clutch is kicking the car back, but I remember sitting there trying to explain it to him. It's like, it's not that tough. Just please, just pay attention to what you're doing. But
Yeah.
And you
What do you-
played it.
yeah,
So I got a question for you. I was at the Cabal's annual meetup one time, and they were playing Fury of Dracula. And the person who went to play Dracula played the other end a couple times, twice, I think. And he was playing against these other guys. Only one of them was new to the game, if I remember right. This game lasted 6.5 hours. So at what point do you say, all right, we're done? Even if the rest of the group is like, it's like 6 hours on this game is a lot.
A lot. A lot. It happens.
I think it was what was the more recent one? Is that the 3rd edition or the first or 2nd edition? It was the one previous to the one that just came out, I think.
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either.
Yeah. But a game like that, when is it like,
Right, when
nobody's
do
going to
you
speak
call
up, it's,
I am
but you don't
always
want to
the
kill
last
this
person
guy's
at the
fun,
table to quit.
What was
Yeah.
that first?
I'm always the last person at the table to quit. Like in the scenario earlier, like I backed out of games, but like literally I am always the last person. And I think it just comes from me being a reviewer and wanting to I want to dig through the shit so I can talk about my journey through the shit when I shoot the review.
Yeah.
So it's like whenever my game group's we'll get 2 of the 4 people playing, they'll be like, yeah, and then I'll be like the third person. I'm like, oh, stay strong. But
Yeah.
yeah, I don't really have that where it's like time length has never been something that's caused me to quit a game, I don't think, unless it's like absolute necessity of having to go.
So when that guy at that convention got up and walked away from the table and the rest of the players were like, oh crap. Well, that was the moment that I realized actually that game, it doesn't matter. The person can walk away and it literally doesn't matter. Like the rest of the table can just keep playing.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't actually affect the other. I don't know if that's good or bad, but
Yeah, drop in, drop out. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
drop out.
you can't drop in. But
Most
But if you-
Euros
but if you drop out, like it actually doesn't affect anything else.
Yeah, I
know.
don't know if I'd say that as a selling point though.
Yeah, I don't know if that's good or bad. It's just kind of interesting.
Well, that was kind of a selling point for a few games, wasn't it? I can't remember
know.
offhand, but I remember them saying it wouldn't affect gameplay and all that. I can't remember the name.
Yeah, it'd be a weird marketing point, but
Yeah.
yeah.
anybody could drop out at any time if they hate it.
You hate it, you quit. Go to back to everybody else.
Yeah,
It
exactly.
even plays solo, so if everybody leaves, you're still good.
Right.
That doesn't make a lot of sense to me either. Yeah, it's like,
But I
that's
have
actually.
been,
I mean, I've had people that have just said, and there are some games that are contentious, right? That the people just stop having fun. Like I remember,
Yeah.
in older school games too. Like we played, we were replaying
Diplomacy.
Illuminati again for which is a very contentious game. It is not meant to be taken seriously, but we were playing Illuminati 3-4 years ago, and one guy just turn 7 or 8 of the game was like, yeah, I'm not having any fun, I'm out. Just we were like, oh, all right, well, see you later. I mean, and I've had people just flat out say they won't play certain games with certain player numbers, which I can understand.
yeah,
too.
that I can understand.
But at least
But they
that's
made
before the game starts, right?
Right.
Yeah,
And
I
they're
mean,
like,
through that
I don't think
first
there's any
experience
problem
to
with
know.
saying
I've
Yeah.
had a couple playing with Jamie where the guy looked at his watch and said, "Oh, I got to be at work. See you." Twice. Yeah, I was like, that's kind of a dick move, because we're in
Little
the
bit,
middle of
yeah.
a game and it kind of mattered to a point in the
Yeah.
one game.
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's just I also think it's one of those things where if you're not, I mean, it's something where if you I remember we were actually playing him in Urban Sprawl at Con of the North many years ago. And
Con of the North.
yeah, before that was cool to say. But anyway,
Exactly.
but no, many years ago. And then one guy, we were playing Urban Sprawl and it took longer, and the guy said, I've got an event I gotta go to. And there was this guy who was watching us play, and he just was checking out the game, and we just asked him, do you mind sitting in for this guy and taking over his spot? And he was like, yeah, I'd love to. And he sat down, and this guy, his name's Brian, and he became he became like my number one con buddy at Con of the North.
Nice.
Like whenever I go there and I see him, it's just like he and I end up playing game after game after game after game. Like he has like everything for Arkham Horror, plus like, and he has all of the miniatures. He has everything, and so like there's always like we set aside like 6 hours of one day to play a giant game of Arkham Horror. We usually end up playing Cthulhu Wars at some point, and it's just like I was like, that was really cool. This random dude, just like, and sits down, and he's just super awesome. We played a ton of games.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, no, I mean that's I kind of miss that about conventions.
Oh, dude,
but then I also hate.
Great.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
But
like
I'm
somebody
also
sits down at the table and then you like talk to them for the next 3 years. It's like
yeah. But I'm also horrified of going back to conventions anytime soon. So
yeah, I'm still funny with people. I went to Target yesterday with Jen, and here it's some stores are mass, some aren't. They're going back and forth. So I was confused.
Yeah.
So I just do it on to begin with. But I realized there was a ton of people in there, and there was half were masked, half weren't. And it's granted, it's been 3 years since I've really been around people because of the like and back and all that shit. But
Yeah.
I'm still having a tough time with that.
It's a weird time.
I said to Jen, if we're going to Disney, I gotta get used to this.
Right.
It's like
Right.
I know what Disney is. The last time this guy's gonna rape me.
Yeah. I mean, I'm still, as far as I know, I'm scheduled to go to BGG Con.
yeah,
it's like,
I don't.
We'll see how that goes.
I feel bad because I don't want to. I mean, when I don't want to bring it up when Aldi's here, but I worry about them actually having it now.
I know. Like, yeah, it's like, at the last minute, maybe my wife's gonna be like, don't go. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, and I told my daughter she could go to it. She's been wanting to go to it for like a long time, and it's just I was like one of those things where it's like,
yeah,
I don't feel. I mean, we're both vaccinated, but I mean, it's still one of those things. It's like, well, why would I want to make her do something like that? I mean, I don't know.
Right.
So, Grant, you've been out in the wilds.
Yeah.
What is the atmosphere for you like with interacting with people after all this, after the vid?
Well, I mean, California takes it pretty seriously.
Yeah.
I mean, that being said, I produce a monthly show in Los Angeles that's very popular, and we require vaccinations or a negative test within 48 hours to come to the show. And people, most people are supportive of it, and some people are very, very mad.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I can tell you, we have this fan who's literally, we've been doing this show for over 8 years, and she was to almost every one of them.
Yeah.
And she, she's a teacher. I'm obviously not going to say her name, but she is a teacher and, so an educated person. And she said, I'll read you the email right here. I love you guys, but it's pretty disgraceful. You are requiring vaccinations or tests for entry. You definitely have lost a lifelong customer with these draconian policies. I beg you to reconsider and put higher value on medical freedom. This is not Nazi Germany. I feel a huge obligation to stand up for my body, my choice, and not support anything that veers away from this.
This is not
so. And the funny thing with that for me too is like, we said you could have a negative test. You don't have, if you don't want to you don't have to get vaccinated.
Right.
But we're not going to jeopardize everybody else in here for one person and go get a test. And we're not requiring you to put anything in your body or anything like that. You can go get a negative test if you want. It's a hassle, I get it. And more places are going to start doing that. So maybe it's easy enough to get a vaccination. But I'm not telling you how to live your life. I'm just telling you it's important to me to keep everybody safe in here as much as possible.
You're a bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're more in controlled, I guess, controlled circumstances. I mean, like out in the wild, like shopping and stuff like that.
Well, everything requires masks still in California. Anywhere you go inside, you have to have a mask on.
Yeah.
So, and I feel like I am vaccinated, so I don't feel hesitant that much because California is pretty high, well, especially the urban areas are pretty highly vaccinated areas, so I think the risk is fairly low. I mean, you have as much risk probably as like getting a cold, and while getting a cold or that sort of stuff sucks, I'm not going to shut down my whole life for that. I'm still trying to make reasonably smart choices, right? When I'm out at places, I do wear my mask and things like that. But and I do know a couple of people who have gotten COVID despite being vaccinated, and it's still not fun. But they weren't hospitalized or anything like that, which is the whole point of the vaccines.
Right.
So
you haven't been outside of California?
My only time being outside of California was going up to Oregon.
Portland, Oregon.
Yeah, pretty much the same.
September I will be a bunch because I'll be in Massachusetts and I'll be in Indiana and I'll be in Florida all in September.
Oh yeah.
Good luck in Florida.
Thank you. I'll mostly
headed there in November.
Yeah.
Maybe in a biohazard suit.
Yeah. I mean,
nah, I'm kidding.
I don't know. It's a weird thing, right? Because if you are not vaccinated because you shouldn't be, and you're treating it carefully because you should, and when you're out and about, the likelihood that you're going to pass it is low because if you have it, you're going to have symptoms, right?
Yeah.
But if you're vaccinated and you're out and about and you're being less careful, the likelihood that you might pass it is actually a little higher, not by percentage per person, but a little higher because of the perceived safety, right, of another vaccinated person. The risk behaviors are increased when you are around other vaccinated people, and your likelihood of expressing or showing or feeling that you have it are reduced. Right, so it's kind of an interesting middle ground. Of course, then you have the other group of people that are not getting it because of other reasons, and they are also not being safe, and that's a whole other group of people. But it's just a very interesting time where it's like really being vaccinated protects yourself.
Yeah. For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't realize so few people were dying now. Like I looked into that a couple weeks ago and I was like, wow. Like there's spikes on infections, but the actual death numbers just,
and everybody that's dying is pretty much in unvaccinated, highly unvaccinated areas.
Yeah.
So
yeah, being vaccinated definitely is protective.
Yeah.
For the worst of it. Yeah.
Get it right eventually.
Yeah.
I would like to say that I give kudos to that person for using the word draconian.
Yeah.
Poor Drago. He gets a bad rep.
Right?
One bad Roman Empire. What about the guy before him? Tiberius? Not Tiberius. Who's the real bad one?
Oh.
Interesting factoid about James Tiberius Kirk. The first time they ever reference his middle name as Tiberius was in the animated series of the show after the original series is over.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. It was always James T. Kirk.
Yeah.
James T. Kirk. And then the second time they actually then called out his name of Tiberius, was in Star Trek VI, The Undiscovered Country, during his trial on the Vulcan homeworld. James Tiberius Kirk, you stand accused of high treason.
I don't know
I love Star Trek.
You'd make such accusations against me.
Yeah. Somebody from the original series just died within the last few days.
Oh, really?
It was one of the lesser ones, but I can't remember who it was.
One of them lesser ones. Thanks.
I mean, he wasn't like the main cast, obviously. He was like, I can't remember. He was like 81 or 82. I just seen it on something. Sorry, I can't remember the guy's name. I'm bad with names. Memory in general.
There was Scotty, Sulu.
No, it was
not one of those people.
It was like a reoccurring, but he wasn't a major, you know.
Was it Khan?
No, I'm sure you hear about it. Yeah, I can't remember his name.
Yeah, no. I love the Trek. I enjoy it immensely. I love both Star Trek and Star Wars. It's tough for me. Sometimes this is weird. I just thought of this. Like I have recently really started enjoying Star Trek, like watching all of them, rewatching all of the shows again.
It's a good show, man.
Well, no, I rewatched all the original, and I rewatched all the generation, Star Trek Next Generation. Now I'm rewatching Deep Space Nine again, and I'm probably not going to watch Voyager because it's horrible. But so, but I am I'm going to go back and start watching the movies again, right? Because I like the movies.
Yeah.
And but I remember if 7, 8, 9 of Star Wars weren't so horrendously bad for me, and I noticed I had that for me. If you like them, good for you.
Few Star Trek then.
Would Star Trek have not had overtaken it right now? I mean, now, admittedly, Mandalorian is absolutely priceless and beautiful, and is probably one of my favorite things being made right now. That and Ted Lasso, which is absolutely amazing.
So,
oh, Ted Lasso's so good.
Wait, which one had the humpback whale? Was that?
That was Star Trek 4.
That was 4. Okay.
Yeah,
I remember really enjoying that one.
A Voyage Home. Every single one of the characters got a moment to shine. That was one of those things where it was they had and they basically were told, okay, we don't have to spend a lot of money on effects because it's all in present day San Diego.
Yeah.
So we're just going to, but all of them got to have fun with McCoy gets to just chew the scenery when he goes into the hospital, the whatever it is, 1980s hospital, and he's talking to the old lady. They got me on dialysis. He gives her a pill to take, and then later on they see her, and then they're like, "She grew a kidney." And he's just "Yeah, the doctor, he came and he gave me a pill, and I grew a kidney." Just
isn't that one Lemoy directed? Isn't that why he came back for 3?
I don't know.
I think that was in his clause. He wanted to direct. I think
he might have. Yeah, he might have done it. He has that amazing scene where the punk rocker is sitting there listening to his music too loud, and he reaches over and he gives him the Vulcan pinch, and I wish I knew that punk song. I remember the lyrics to the song. It's and I berate you, and I say screw you. He flicks off Kirk, and then he reaches over, and of course he falls over and hits the button to turn off his tape recorder or whatever, and then the entire bus applauds him.
Yeah.
Hey, you just killed that man. Good. You turned off his music.
80s movie. Yeah. It's perfect.
Yeah, you just assaulted a man because his music was too loud.
Yeah.
To answer your question, Lance, no, I don't think it would have mattered. Star Trek, they had a hard time finding their direction. They went back to Enterprise, and then the reboot, and even Discovery started pre. What was the latest one? I guess Discovery, or not Discovery. Voyager. So I don't think even if the last 3 Star Wars, I don't think would affected the Star Trek franchise. Even now, they're still playing with pre-Kirk and all that with these new shows, other than Picard.
Yeah. The only question I ever thought was hard is, do I prefer Kirk or do I prefer Picard? Come on, Weird Al Yankovic? Nobody? All right, forget it. It's fine.
Well, I didn't catch the Yankovic.
It was one of his raps. The only question I ever thought was hard is, do I prefer Kirk or do I prefer Picard?
I remember a T-shirt that said 10 reasons why Kirk is better than Picard, and like number 6 or 7 was Kirk once punched out a Greek god, and there's it's I think it's Ares or Apollo, and like he actually punches him out, and just because of course Kirk did, just why wouldn't he?
Obviously,
I like going back and watching the original series. I mean, there's some definite clunkers out there, like the one with the space hippies, and the one where Kirk. Yeah, that was a horrible one. And the one where Kirk like wakes up and he's in the Native American world, and he has amnesia because, once again, of course he did, and
concussion.
Yeah, and then he takes a wife with the Native American tribe, and then she's gonna have his baby, and of course she dies, and that was not a very good episode either. Then there's things like the city on the edge of tomorrow, which is strongly considered one of the greatest ones of all time, where Kirk has to let the love of his, like the woman he falls in love with, die so the Nazis don't win World War II. Nobody knows this. Okay,
I don't remember it. I've watched it. I just don't. I can't retain information.
I'm sure I've seen
not with that kind of stuff.
Yeah. So such good stuff.
Jen probably
25.
See, Alan Brown knew exactly what I was talking about. I said, I'll say this. Yeah, Harlan Ellison did write the original script for that one, but no, I'll say this: the Lower Decks cartoon is pretty good. For Star Trek. If you haven't watched that, that's good. And it's funny, and it finally does justice to Chief O'Brien. There's like a throwaway scene as they're like going through they're going through like a Starfleet school or something like that, and there's like a hologram image of somebody, I forget who it was, and they're talking about them, and it's like, but now let's turn to the next page and we'll talk about the greatest Starfleet officer of all time, Chief James O'Brien. You're like, oh, because there's if you read about Deep Space Nine, they literally, it was one of those things where it was like, we need something awful to happen to somebody within this Starfleet. Oh, let's do it to O'Brien. If you go and you look at just how many like awful things happen to him over and over again, his wife gets taken over by this alien intelligence that like basically he has to like commit like all of these he has to or else they'll make her kill herself. And so he has to do there's a thing where he's wrongfully convicted of a crime. And then this one planets, the way they handle that is that they make you serve your sentence, whether it's 5 years, 10 years, 30 years, but it only happens in an instant. But in your head, you live 25 years but he was wrongfully convicted of it, and he has to do that. And he comes out of it, and of course he's completely scatterbrained, and he actually tries to commit suicide. And O'Brien was just Cole Meany, great actor, did a great job with the character, but always had to.
Well, I gotta cut out early, guys. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say it's almost.
I've got a deadline.
Well, what's your deadline? Is it what's your deadline?
It's for, well, I can't disclose the deets, but I've got a game design that was kind of like a rush contract job that I need to submit like kind of the first rough draft pass here in 2 weeks. And it's like,
And can you describe the game to us without telling us anything like about?
Yeah, it's based on an IP. It's a tile laying post-apocalyptic setting, and you're going to be working cooperatively, like semi-co-op, to like build this little, like you come up out of the hidey holes after post-nuclear war and come up and try to build your little civilization.
I think Gray Fox Games is signing a Seth Jaffe game. Actually,
Oh, fun.
yeah, we get to, I gotta start setting up play tests for it. We gotta see what kind of response we get, but
Yeah.
it looks super cool. It's called Apotheosis, and it's like the premise behind it is the king has left, much like King Richard leaving or whatever, and then all the players, you have to try to like basically usurp the king.
Right.
So you have like multiple different kinds of workers, like thieves, and like basically think of like D&D characters, like thieves and wizards and what have you, and they can level up, and so they can do more and more as you go. So it also has the process of like you put your workers out, and then you can choose at some point to recall your workers.
Yeah.
And then when you recall your workers, you can level them up.
Yeah.
Depending on what you did. And then they get better over time. And then so either A, one of you will achieve like being able to usurp the king and become the king.
Yeah.
Or B, there's a marker that randomly, like depending upon cards you turn over, like the king's envoy is working its way back to the, and so if they get back before anybody is done, then whoever's done the best job of taking care of the kingdom while the king was away is promoted to like the king's right hand man kind of thing, and then you win the game that way.
So there's a couple of different win conditions. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, and it kind of steals the Manhattan Project. I recall my workers kind of thing, to free up the spots and then level up your stuff. Also, like you block spaces, but if you have a worker that is the same level or higher than a worker that is on that spot, you can still go to that spot.
That's cool.
Yeah, and then the other thing was they like you if the envoy comes back, then there's these 3 different tracks that you go up on, and like if you can achieve the top spot on any of those tracks, that's how you usurp the king. But if the king makes it back, your score is the track that you scored the least on at the end of the game. So you could go for broke and try to get to the top of a track and win that way. But if you don't pull it off before the king gets back, you're going to lose.
Yeah, that's interesting. I like
I gotta test it out. I read the rules today, and I downloaded the Tabletop Simulator mod, and I monkeyed around with it a little bit. But I'm excited to test it out. Plus, it's a design by Seth, and I've usually enjoyed the stuff that he made. So it's kind of nice that I might be able to get to work with my old guy I used to work with every day.
That sounds like a cool game.
But that's my excitement. I think we'll have to like give it a Viking theme somehow.
What games have you released already this year, Lance, besides After the Empire?
We're on the boat.
For Science, Tortuga, Tsukiyumi is in the middle of fulfillment.
Are those all like out to people already? No, is Tortuga already out to people and stuff?
Kickstarter backers, the Canadian orders have just finally reached a warehouse late last week. They got there like Thursday or Friday last week, so they're being delivered. And then once that's done, then we can start kicking it out into distribution once we give them to backers. But no, those, and then good night, Evan. And then or Matthew and all those people that left already that didn't say goodnight to you. Oh, I'm a horrible person.
I said bye.
I said bye. Why, you looking to do a review of something?
No, I was just curious.
No, I mean
I'm not opposed to doing a review of something.
If there's something that we've come up with and you want to review it, let me know. I can get you a copy.
You just got a yodel.
I think you'd like For Science, and I think you'd like Tortuga.
All right.
I mean, if you like, deck building and flying around as a space pirate and fighting monsters, you probably
love that.
You'd probably like Tortuga.
All right.
Though a couple people didn't like it because you can actually fight each other, and I don't think. I mean, it's just like, but yeah, you're space pirates. You should be able to fight each other.
People didn't like that because it was too mean or something for them. I don't mind.
Yeah. It's like, oh, I'm in the same spot as you, and I'm going to play my attack cards to attack you in this time, because I can, and it's like, but I mean,
were they expecting more of a game?
I don't mind. I don't mind games that have some meanness to them. I don't want to only play those games. I just, that doesn't bother me. Yeah. Especially if you go into a game knowing that that's going to be the thing, right? Like it. Yeah.
Yeah. For Science is combination, like it's co-op with a dexterity element where you have to you have to basically, because you're trying to you're trying to come up with a cure for a pandemic style disease that is affecting the world, and you each have
lovely
so you work together.
On that theme too.
And then once you lay the tiles together the way you want to, then you have to take the basically classic children's building blocks of the same colors, and then build the cure with the blocks stacked up on top of each other, and and it's timed. So it's like, okay, here's what you have to do. You have to do this in 15 minutes. You have to come up with the design. So not only do you have to put the tiles together the right way to make it work, but then you have to make sure that the design that you came up with, you'll be able to stack the blocks dexterity style on top of one another, and it won't fall over. And you have 15 minutes to do it. And it's you and everybody, you work together to pull it off.
All right.
And then each person will have a special role that'll have a special power that'll allow them to can exchange this block for something else one time, things like that. Just little powers that they can do.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't like that one.
It's fun.
I don't like real-time games.
What's one of those? What?
I don't like real-time games. Games with a time limit. Especially the real-time games like that, Escape from the Pyramids or whatever.
I've got a buddy who refuses to play Galaxy Trucker for the 5-minute beginning where you all are putting together your spaceship. And excuse me. And he's just I'll only play that if we don't have a timer for that. And it's just kind of I'm like, well, Andy, the whole point is that if everybody takes their time and just makes the best spaceship possible, you're just going to have a really good spaceship, and then you're just going to win. The whole point is that you're scrambling to put this shit together as fast as possible.
I don't like that game for other reasons, but yeah, I see where it's coming from. Mm-hmm.
Maybe the game doesn't like you.
Yeah, it's okay. It's not for me. That happens, Lance. Certain people in this world like pandemic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't realize you had such a draconian policy when it came to timing games.
Yeah, they're just not for me.
I gotta go too, fellas.
Yeah, I know. Let's just call her a night. I appreciate. I kind of like it that all these people that went to the gathering are having fun, and we're just not. Forrest, you haven't got your invite to the gathering yet?
No, I know, it's shocking.
I doubt you ever will.
What is? I've heard somebody mention that. I don't really know what it is.
It's an invite only.
So the Gathering of Friends is it is a convention that has been going on for a long time. It started by Alan Moon, started it, and he basically it was one of those things where it's he would set it up and then he would invite certain people, and then they have a certain process that they if you want to invite somebody, you say, I'd like to invite Grant Lyon, and then somebody else you have to be recommended. What?
You must be united.
Yeah, you have to be like you have to be requested, and then I think there's a certain process that they go through. I don't know what I mean. I don't know. I honestly don't know. But yeah, I do know you have to be nominated by somebody that is already somebody that's going to the gathering, and then once you get past whatever judging process you have, you are then invited to the convention, and it is I don't know what it is lately. I know that it is definitely a thing where for the longest time it was where people would like designers would bring like their designers and publishers would bring their super secret like not quite ready to be published designs and have people play them. So people were like able to say like, oh, I got to play the new Fantasy Flight super secret game that we had to sign a piece of paper that says that we won't tell anybody about it, but I got to play the cool super secret game when I was there.
How many people go?
I don't know, honestly, no idea.
I don't think it's huge. I don't think it's huge.
It's 10 days.
Yeah.
It's 10 days long.
In Niagara, New York.
And I've heard of people that like totally like I've heard of people like, you know, I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to say like, you know, cheated the system or something like that, but I know people who have like, you know, basically begged their way in that desperately wanted to go because of whatever reason. I don't know. I've never been invited. I've also heard that if like you get invited and if you don't accept the invitation to go, like you will never be invited again. It's like one of these like weird, but once you're invited once and you go, you're invited back every year.
Why do you think you haven't been invited, Lance? You've been in board games. Or do you want to be, or is it not? Do you not care?
I have said repeatedly that I've said repeatedly that it was like one of those things where if I was ever invited, I probably just wouldn't go because it's 10 days. And I don't know. I've heard that some people only go for a couple of days and they leave, you know, whatever. But it's like, again, it's 10 days. Like right now, 10 and it's just like there's no way on earth. No way on earth I still would have a key that worked in my house when I got home if I told my wife, yeah, I'm gonna take off for 10 days to a gaming convention. See you later.
You could take her with you.
And they're like, and it's like, oh, are they is it all paid for? No, I'm paying $300 for the plane ticket and it's $150 a night. So I'm gonna go ahead and put I gotta put a $1,500 charge on the old credit card. Well, you deal with the kids for 10 days. See you later. Just, you know, I mean, and I'm sure it's a hell of a lot of fun. And maybe it's some of those things where it's like when my kids are older and they're out of the house or something, if it's still happening, I would go, but I don't think I'm really missing anything. I mean,
yeah,
the best convention in the world is Board Game Geek Con, and I've gone to that over and over again. And it's just absolutely excellent. It's
that shit show.
Ha!
That's my favorite con too.
But yeah, no, I think I mean, and I don't want to sound like I'm poo-pooing on anybody else that's going. I think it's absolutely amazing that Alaboom runs that every year. Yeah. And I've seen pictures of really good friends of mine, like Daryl Andrews and Scott Alden for that matter, who have gone and they're having a blast, and you know, good for them. I'm glad they are, and I hope they're having the most amazing time of all time. But it just never would work for me. Maybe later in my life when, like I said, I don't have and let's cards on the table again. Every convention I go to, even BGG Con, after I'm there for a day or two, I'm like, God, I wish I was home. It's even BGG Con is just too long. It's just like you get there on a Tuesday and you're there till Sunday, and it's like, man, like Thursday, you're like staring at 3 more days, and you're just like losing my mind. But if my daughter goes with me to BGG Con, which is the plan, that'll be nice. That'll make me happy because she's fun to be around, and and she's fun to play games with, and she'll have a lot of fun if we go to that.
Maybe you'll make friends, Lance.
I have one or two, so I still remember the time I saw you eating in the restaurant at BGG Con, and I was like, I don't know if that's Barry or not. I didn't want to walk up and bother you, but then I saw you walking down the stairs, and I was like, oh, that's Barry. And I was like, hey, Barry. Just
Yeah.
But anyway, let's go to bed, everybody. Grant, I'm gonna make that happen. I gotta come down. I gotta go to Roseville and then go to Camp Krusty or whatever it was that you said.
Yeah. I mean, I'd love to have you, dude.
No, that'd be cool. I think it'd be awesome. I've told my wife repeatedly that, like, oh, my comedian friend, just like,
yeah.
So then we can go to IKEA or something too, so she can,
all right,
buy some
make a trip out of it.
Yeah, make a trip out of it. What is it? What is the line from Futurama? It's like, have fun putting together your Swedish piece of crap.
Yes.
But good night, everybody. Thank you so much, Forrest. It was good to see you. I don't know what you're typing away in your iPad there, but is that Bauer's Game Corner on there? Is that your bumper sticker for your for your campaign?
Campaign sticker.
Campaign sticker. Well, don't give up on the campaign, man.
I'm not. I mean, it's on the back burner now. I was going to put a lot more effort into it, but the conversations I had and the people I talked to were just super blunt, super honest. Like, because every time it's just like, I don't want you to pull punches. Just give me the God honest truth here. And it's just a different world. You got to play the game a certain way.
Well, God bless you. All right. Good night, everybody. Grant, good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Barry, as always. And everybody else, go to sleep.